Belén. Let me see if she.
State.
Sean Wiggins from the state of Florida.
Jennifer Garcia for the state of Florida. She's here.
Catherine Conlon and Andrew Cornell on behalf of Ms. Redlick, who's present.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday, we left with the issue regarding Dr. Scully Danziger. I heard from Ms. Conlon yesterday around 8:30 about your schedule issue. Are you still in that position where you're not going to be calling Dr. Scully Danziger?
We're not asking for an extension.
As it is moot, is there anything else I need to take up, Mr. Wiggins?
Larger.
May we approach?
Mm-hmm. They're all here. Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury. Same questions as usual. Did you watch the news yesterday? Everyone's shaking their head no. Did anyone try to contact you or talk with you about the case? Everyone's shaking no, shaking heads no. All right, then. Have you done any research? Looked anything up online? Everyone's shaking their heads no. All right, so let's begin the morning. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor. Before we call our next witness, the state would like Your Honor to read a stipulation to the jury which has been entered as States 55. Commissioner Approach.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the Assistant State Attorney, Sean Burton Wiggins, and Defendant Danielle Justine Redlick, as well as her lawyer, Catherine Conlon and Andrew Parnell, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Michael Redlick. So the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the identity of the deceased in this case is Michael Redlick. And that will be admitted, or that has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 55. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Dr. Zadovich to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good morning, Doctor. Would you please state your full name for the record, spell your first and last name?
Hi, Sarah Zadovich, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. And could you please tell the jury where you are currently employed?
I work at the District 9 and 25 Medical Examiner's Office here in Orlando.
What type of education and training do you have that qualifies you for this position?
From college?
Yes.
Okay. I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I did a one-year clinical rotating internship at the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio. And then I went back to the University of Wisconsin to do my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships. One is in cytopathology, that's from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
And you said that you work at the medical examiner's office. What do you actually do at the medical examiner's office?
So we're involved with the medical legal investigation of death, which means that by Florida statute or Florida law, there are certain deaths that we're required to investigate. And when we investigate a death, our goal is to determine a cause of death and a manner of death. So that's my day-to-day work.
So you're an actual medical examiner, is that correct?
Yes, that's my title.
And in order to maintain the status, do you have any certifications that you must remain current on?
Yes, I have to maintain my license to practice medicine for the state of Florida. That's one that I need to keep current. And then also, I have board certifications in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. So those need to be maintained as well.
Now, could you please explain to the jury what's the difference between the cause and the manner of death?
A cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. So either just a disease or an injury. That's a basic way to think of it. The manner of death is a way to categorize deaths. It's a statistical tool. So we only have 5 choices for the manner of death. So natural, suicide, homicide, accident, and undetermined. So those are the categories for manners of death.
And what information do you rely upon in your determination when you're coming up with the cause and the manner of death?
Every case is a little bit different, but not only are my examination, any tests that I might add on to that, any imaging studies, any history that I may have about the event. So all of those, it's kind of a constellation or the totality of all of those things that come together that helps me come to the determination of the cause and manner.
Could you tell the jury how long you've been employed at the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office?
Almost 10 years.
And during your career, how many autopsies have you performed?
Ballpark, close to 3,000.
Have you ever been called to testify in court?
Yes.
And have you ever testified as an expert in the field of pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Around 50.
At this point in time, after discussing your qualifications as an expert as a pathologist, I'm going to speak to you within the field of your expertise. So, doctor, could you please tell the jury what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is also called a post-mortem, or that means after death examination. So that involves a few steps. The first general step is what's called an external examination, and so that's just as it sounds, making observations about the individual externally. So eye color, body length, body weight, any unusual markings or tattoos, those types of things. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After the external examination, we can do what's called the internal examination. And that means that we open the body cavities and we remove all of the organs and we dissect them. And again, as we're doing that, looking for any signs of diseases or injuries. Again, to come to that conclusion for the cause of death and manner of death. In addition to the examination itself, we can add different studies on, depending on the type of case. So, we may do microbiology testing if we're looking for an infection. We can look at some different electrolytes, those types of things. And it just kind of depends on the case and what we see and what we think we need in order to come to that conclusion.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to this case today. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the medical case number and medical examiner case number 2019-59?
Yes.
And did you actually perform the autopsy in that particular case?
Yes.
Now, when you are performing an autopsy, do you document your autopsy by taking photos?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect I'm showing counsel has been marked with identification as states are. The witness has been marked with identification as states are. Do you recognize what's been marked for identification as states are?
Yes.
And how do you recognize states are?
It's the USB drive that I just reviewed some pictures from this drive.
And do those photographs obtained on this USB, do they fairly and accurately depict the photos in which you took in connection with this autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's offers what's been marked for identification as states R into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
States R will be admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 60.
Along with photographs, do you sometimes produce a to indicate where injuries are found during the autopsy?
Yes, so in addition to the notes that I'm taking for myself, in certain cases, we generate what's called a injury clarification diagram. And it's just a very basic rudimentary outline of a body, and I can just put marks on there where the injuries are that I was describing in my report.
And did you produce an injury clarification diagram in this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing counsel has been marked for identification as states BK. I'm handing the witness was marked for identification as states BK. Do you recognize states BK?
Yes.
And is this the diagram that we were just discussing?
Yes.
And does this diagram fairly and accurately depict the injuries in which you observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state office was marked for identification as states BK. Into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
BK is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 61.
Permission to publish state 61.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Doctor, did you see the in this particular case, can you tell the jury who you actually performed the autopsy on?
The name is Michael Redlick. Yes.
So let's talk to and tell the jury about the injuries that you found when doing your external examination. So could you overall describe the injuries that you located on Michael's body?
Sure. So just starting up at the head, on the face, there was a incised wound, so something that's made with a sharp instrument. And then on the inside of the upper lip, this is just a drawing, so it's not showing, but it's on the inside of the upper lip, there was an abraded contusion, so a very small bruise with a little bit of an abrasion, so you kind of get like a scrape. Moving down onto the torso, there were some faint contusions or bruises on the chest, on the left side of the chest. And then also on the left side of the chest, kind of near where the armpit area is, was a stab wound, just right there. And then on the left arm, there were more contusions or bruises. And then also another area of contusion down on the wrist. And on the right arm, another small contusion. And then on the on the left side of the body, on the torso, right there, there was a superficial incised wound. And when I say superficial, I mean kind of like a scrape or a scratch. So it's a linear wound, it's very shallow, it looks like a scratch.
Well, now let's talk about each one of these with a little bit more depth. And you're under permission to publish what's been entered as state 60.
Yes, ma'am.
my computer is loading up here so we can look at some of these pictures. Before you actually begin your external examination, do you or did you collect any samples in order to be sent away for any further analysis for FDLE, like swabs or fingernails?
Yes, so we did, we do a few standard things on cases that are either suspicious or being worked up as a homicide. So on this particular case, I did swabs of the hands and wrists, and that's for biologic material for potential testing. We also did fingernail scrapings and fingernail clippings, and then we also use pulled head hair. So those are the standard things that we collect for law enforcement agencies.
And could you please describe to the jury how you collected and how you did the swabs from Michael's hands?
So when we're doing swabs, that would be the top priority of all of those things that I just listed. And so I do the collection, I wear sterile gloves, we use sterile cotton-tipped swabs, and I have an assistant that will help me. So I have the swabs, they'll put a few drops of sterile saline water on the swabs to kind of moisten it up. And I do one hand at a time. My standard procedure is to start by the thumb and the base of the thumb and the index finger. And then I work my way across the top of the hand over the knuckles. And then I go to the palm of the hand and get as much of that surface area as I can. And then also I come onto the wrist. And once I have that collection done, it will be placed into on its own into a rectangular box that's sealed. So I do that for each of those hands. And then once I'm done with that, then I have autopsy technicians that work with me, and they do the collection of the fingernail scrapings and the fingernail clippings and the head hair.
And so just to be clear, on Michael's hands when you did the swabs, you just didn't swab where you saw blood, right?
Yeah, right. I try to get all surfaces of the hands.
Okay. So could you describe to the jury what we're looking at in photo 087?
So this is an identification photo, and we do this initially when we open the shroud or the bag, and that's to document exactly what we see when we first open the bag, because the bag has been sealed prior to coming to the office. And so it's to document exactly what we're seeing when we first open the bag. And the placard that you see, that white, that's our internal designation. So you'll see the top where it says the case number 19, that's for the year 2019. And then where it says 00059, our cases are numbered sequentially, so that's just designating that as case number 59 for that year. And then if we know the decedent's name, then that will be put on the placard as well.
And then the date, is that the date that you did the autopsy?
Correct.
Right, so not the date that you received the body, is that correct?
Correct. Although it can be both depending on the case.
Okay, so let's look at photo 106 first. So could you describe what is this injury, and could you describe what that was to the jury?
Sure, so you're looking at the left side of the face, and we're looking really at near the eyebrow area and upper eyelid. And that's a superficial incised wound, so something that was made with a sharp object.
Okay, so this wound right here by the eye was made by a sharp object, is that correct?
Yes.
And would a wound like this, would that have the possibility of causing a scar?
For most people it would. Everyone heals a little bit differently, but whenever there's a break in the skin, most likely there will be a scar.
Now, right below it, is that another injury in which you found?
What do you mean by below?
Right here, sorry, where my cursor is.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of faint contusion there.
And a contusion for the jury is what?
Contusion being like a bruise.
And then could you describe to the jury what we're looking at in photo 107?
So looking at that superficial incised wound is just a closer image with a scale in place.
Now, looking at photo 109, could you describe, because I believe that there's a few injuries on this photo. Let's first do this injury right here. Could you just describe to the jury what that is?
Sure. So you're looking at the left side of the body. It's the front of the body, and it's near the armpit, so chest armpit area. And that's a stab wound that you're seeing right there.
This stab wound, was this the only stab wound that you found?
It was the only stab wound, but there were other incised wounds.
And the stab wound, could you tell the jury, because it was a stab wound, could you determine what it was caused by?
Some sort of instrument or implement with a sharp edge.
And with a wound like this, would that cause a scar or something permanent on the body?
Most likely.
Now, at the end of the day, and I know we're jumping ahead just a little bit, based on the your overall review and autopsy, is this going to be the primary wound in this case?
As far as the most lethal injury, yes.
Now, looking right here, can you tell the jury what we're seeing right here?
Yeah, it's a little bit faint, but there are scattered contusions or bruises on the left chest.
And for photo 110, could you describe to the jury what we're seeing?
So that's the stab wound in the chest area, but closer and with a scale.
Okay. So in photo 112, could you describe to the jury what we're seeing on the arm?
So on the arm, it is near the elbow and the inner surface of the elbow. There are, again, multiple contusions or bruises.
And then once again, is this right up here, is this another view of that main injury, that stab wound?
Yes, it's the same stab wound, just looking from a different angle. And since the arm has been pulled out, you can see it's opened up a little bit more. And that's just because of the part of the body that it's at. Once the arm is pulled away from the body, it will pull the wound open a little bit. So that's why it looks a little different.
And photo 113, could you tell the jury what we're viewing now?
Right, so this is, again, the left elbow, but just a little bit closer of those contusions.
So more so a closer up of the bruising on the left elbow?
Yes.
And photo 114, could you tell the jury what we're looking at?
Sure. So that's the left wrist, and there's an area of contusion. And centrally, you may or may not be able to see this, but there's a little bit an area where there's a little bit of the skin has kind of sloughed off. That's an artifact. That part of the arm was actually lying in some blood. So because of the moisture, that will break down the skin a little bit. And so that's an artifact of the moisture.
So you're saying this little red thing right here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the entire bruise itself. Is this bruise right here on the arm, is this consistent with the defensive wound?
It could be.
So in photo 124, can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
So this is the upper lip, and I've kind of pulled it up, so you're looking at the inner part. So not the part that shows on the outside, but on the inner part. And so there's an area right here, so that's an abraded contusion. So it's a contusion, and in the center of that contusion or the bruise is a little abrasion, a scrape.
And then photo 125, can you tell the jury what we're looking at in 125?
Sure. So this is the lower lip. So just looking at the same area, but just on the lower lip, and there's no injuries here. So.
Okay, so let's go to photo 126. Could you describe to the jury what this is?
And this is the left side of the body, and so you'll see right here, that's a linear, superficial, incised wound, or you can think of it as a scratch.
Okay, well, let me go to one more photo, then let's talk about this. So is this 127? Could you describe to the jury what this is?
So that's the same wound, just closer up. So again, a superficial incised wound, which means it's just affecting the very superficial layers of skin.
So you said, now let's talk about this for a second. You said that they should consider this as a scratch. But let me ask you, doctor, could this wound have been caused by a fingernail?
Right, so I don't, a scratch meaning made with an instrument, not a scratch as if, I'm scratching myself or fingernails. This is an instrument was made, or an instrument was used to make this mark.
So a sharp instrument was used to make this wound?
Yes.
Okay. And before we go to this, I want to go back for just 1 second to photo 114. Now, you said that this wound could be consistent with a defensive wound. Could you tell the jury why?
When we talk about defensive wounds, it's, if somebody is under attack, whatever means, it's a natural instinct to protect the head and the body. And so the reflex that most people have is to bring their arms upwards to fend off whatever happens to be coming towards them. And so those are the areas of the body that would be exposed. So the forearms, oftentimes, if they're up like this, that's what's going to help prevent the attack.
So all of these wounds that we've just been discussing, could you say, and I guess my question is, were they made contemporaneously with each other?
Yes,
So they all happened around the same time?
around the same time.
So at this point in time, I want to move on to your internal examination. And specifically, I'd like to talk about, let me go back to the shoulder. And let's talk about this wound for a moment. So could you describe what your internal examination revealed about that wound, which for the record is photo 110?
So the path from the skin, it goes into the skin and then the soft tissue underneath the skin, and then it went through some of the skeletal muscles. So it was called the pectoralis, or the chest muscle. It went through the muscle and then it perforated or went through a large vein called the basilic vein, which is one of the veins that drains the blood from the upper extremity, taking it back to the heart. So it perforated that vein, and then it went in between two ribs, in between the muscle between there, and it went into the left chest cavity. And when it was in the left chest cavity, it pierced the upper lobe of the left lung. And some additional findings that went along with this, there was hemorrhage or bleeding in those soft tissues in the chest and near the armpit area. And then there was also a collection of blood in the left chest cavity.
Okay. So let's chat for just a second about the lung. You said that the knife penetrated the lung. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when the knife penetrates the lung, what type of an issue would an individual have when that occurs?
Well, this particular wound, even though it did pierce the lung, it didn't pierce any of the major blood vessels of the lung. There would still be bleeding from that area, but it's not like the main trunk. So there would be an issue as far as the functioning of the lung. And more importantly than that is just the fact that something penetrated into the chest cavity. So anytime there's a breach in the chest cavity, that causes problems with the actual mechanics of breathing, so the rib cage moving the way it should to help us breathe. So when there's a penetrating injury into the chest, that gets interrupted.
So an individual would have issues breathing because of the slice into the lung?
More breaching of the chest cavity. The pressure between our chest cavity and the atmosphere is different. And so that's one of the issues that can happen with the penetrating injury. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there was a collection of blood. So as the chest cavity begins to fill with blood, then it becomes harder for that lung to expand in breathing. So that also is causing an issue.
And taking the blood issue aside, with just the lung injury in and of itself, would an individual need some type of a surgery in order to, fix the lung?
It depends on which structures, and this is in cases where I've seen similar injuries, there has been surgical repair, but it depends on the case, and I'm not a trauma surgeon, so I can't say for every case, but.
So now, moving on, let's talk about the major injury. You said that a vein was cut in this particular case, is that correct?
Yes.
And because the vein was cut, there was blood loss, you indicated, right?
Yes.
So could you indicate, at any point in time in your internal examination, was there any blood collection in the body that you could measure?
Yeah, in the left chest cavity.
And were you able to measure how much blood, I guess, was lost and was collecting in the left chest cavity?
So in the chest cavity, I retrieved about 750 milliliters, so, close to a liter. The other areas, so for example, like in the skeletal muscle and in the soft tissue, I can't collect that, so I can't assign a number to that. All I can do is the blood that I can retrieve from cavities. Okay. And the same with external hemorrhage, so any blood on the scene, I can't quantify that.
And based on your examination as a whole, did you come to a conclusion of whether or not Mr. Redlick died of a heart attack?
He had heart disease, but there was no evidence of a heart attack or, clogging of the vessels. There was no evidence of that.
So he didn't die of a heart attack, right?
No.
So let's go back here to this blood loss for a moment. How would blood loss affect an individual?
It depends on how quickly it's lost. The more quickly the blood is lost, the more quickly you'll see symptoms. Typically, they'll feel cold, the vision may begin to dim, they'll become weak, and at some point in time, they'll become incapacitated, meaning, they may not be able to walk, they may not be able to communicate at all, and then from there, it would progress to, unconsciousness, and without treatment, it can progress to death.
And approximately how much blood does an individual have in their body?
In general, we say about 5 liters. Now, that's going to vary, of course. Bigger people are going to have a little bit more, and smaller people will have a little bit less, but around 5 liters is what we say generally.
And with an injury like this, and going to photo, because I know we chatted about it, so let's show the jury photo, the 131. Could you tell the jury what this is a photo of?
So that's the left lung, and the darker area, that's where the stab wound is.
Okay. So with an injury like this, where we have a stab wound, where the vein has been cut, and an individual is losing blood, approximately how long would that individual be able to walk around before they lose consciousness?
Yeah, that's kind of hard to give a number, right? Because we can't really study this type of thing. So we have to use observational techniques. So, and everyone is different. Every scene is a little bit different. So that's pretty difficult to say.
Okay. Could you give an approximation? because I know you can't give an exact, but because you indicated that at some point in time there'd be a loss of consciousness. So is there an average based on the studies as to when an individual, might start to lose consciousness?
Not particularly with an injury like this. In penetrating injuries involving the heart, there's a little bit more information, but for something like this where, it's one of the extremities, that's a little bit more difficult. In cases that I've had that have been with similar injuries, probably 15-ish to 20 minutes. Now, that doesn't mean that person is dead at that time. It just means that they may not be able to walk or communicate. They may be at that level.
Now, you indicated that they might not be dead. So after an individual, and let's go back, so before an individual loses consciousness, would they be, as they're losing blood, would they be having issues breathing?
Yes, most likely.
And what about speaking? At some point in time, are they going to have issues speaking?
Yes, so the progression usually goes from somebody who is able to communicate, able to speak, to maybe speaking but not making any sense, saying nonsensical things, to making just noises and not forming any words or any sentences. That's the progression as it becomes more severe.
Now, you also mentioned that after an individual loses consciousness, that doesn't mean, so when they lose consciousness at this point in time, they're down on the ground, right?
Correct.
So they're not moving anymore.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that that doesn't mean that they're necessarily dead. Could you expound on that? Does that mean that they could still be alive?
Yes.
So how long can an individual, after losing consciousness based on blood loss, still survive?
Again, that's really variable. The only data that we have are, again, when people have reported injuries involving the heart. And sometimes people can live up to a couple of hours, but again, those are just kind of case reports.
So in this particular case, and let me actually, before I do that, let me show you this last picture, which is 149. Are these the samples that you sent and collected with the fingernails and the swabs that were submitted to FDLE?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. So, I wanted to ask about the let me go back for just a moment because we didn't really chat about it. So when Michael came in, and that first photo, he had blood on him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you clean the body during the autopsy process?
Yes.
So before you clean the body, do you have an opportunity to observe the body as he comes to you, right?
That is part of the examination, and that's actually a part of our set of pictures. The first picture that you saw was right when we opened the shroud, and then we'll do a series of pictures before we clean the body. Once we have that documented, then we clean the body and we repeat those same set of pictures, but now the body has been cleaned, and then we can focus on, injuries or other things that we're looking at.
And when you received Michael's body, he didn't have any vomit on him?
No.
So no vomit on his face or anything like that?
No.
So in this particular case, doctor, did you come to a conclusion as to the cause and the manner of death?
Cause of death was stab wound of the torso, and I classified the manner as homicide.
So I want to ask you, you said you classified the manner as homicide. Now, at the beginning, you told the jury that in the state of Florida, there's some different classifications for the manner of death, right?
Yes.
So in this particular case, how did you come to the conclusion of a homicide versus, let's say, a suicide?
So this is based on, information that I received from law enforcement and the detectives, and also we have investigators at our office that go to the scene and gather information. So based on the circumstances surrounding the death, that was one of the main factors for classifying it as a homicide.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Conlon?
Detective Ware was present for this autopsy, right?
I believe so.
And she stayed for the whole time.
I'm not sure. I don't keep times of when people come in and come out. We have a visitor log for anyone who comes into the autopsy suite, so we know who's there when an examination is being performed. And so they put their time in, but we don't put the time out.
Well, it's common practice for police to sometimes be present for an autopsy, right?
Yes,
And they would provide you with case information,
yes,
and it's relevant to you coming up with the manner of death.
in some cases, yes, in some cases, no. It depends on the case.
Let's talk about the superficial incised wound, is that right?
Yes,
Meaning it's a scratch.
yes.
So if someone went to the ER, would not require stitches,
I'm not sure.
but it's highly unlikely.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so it's a scratch, right?
Yes, superficial.
Very shallow.
Yes.
Let's talk about this superficial incised wound here. Again, it's superficial,
Yes.
it's a scratch,
Yes.
and it's very shallow.
Yes.
Let's talk about these contusions right here and right here. These are mainly concentrated on the left side, correct?
Yes.
And if Michael Redlick had been smothering someone and someone was hitting him at this location, those would cause those type of wounds, is that correct?
So contusions are caused by blunt force trauma. So that can mean something impacting the skin, or conversely, the skin impacting an object. I can say that they're caused by blunt force injury or blunt force trauma.
So if someone was hitting that area right here to get Michael off of them, that could cause those type of contusions.
Yes, so something impacting the skin as blunt force trauma will cause a contusion.
So those contusions are basically bruises, is that right?
Yes.
And when you conducted this autopsy, you did not see any classic defensive wounds, did you?
The one on the forearm could be consistent with. I can never definitively say, yes, this is a defensive wound. We say it can be consistent with.
Okay, so my question is, when you conducted this autopsy, you didn't see any classic defensive wounds.
Classic meaning,
At one point, what would you consider the classic defensive wounds?
so again, any of those areas that would be exposed when somebody is in a defensive position. So areas on the forearm are the most typical place. So this area of the forearm.
Did you at one time say that you did not see any classic defensive
Objection, Your Honor,
wounds?
improper impeachment.
Let me have you all approach. Is overruled. Ms. Conlon?
So my question was, did you at one point in time say that you did not observe any classic defensive wounds in this case?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to take a look at a deposition?
Sure.
Can you please take a look at page 19 through 20, lines 23 to 5? And then I'm going to, when you're done looked up, I'm going to give you another page and to look up.
Okay.
Then now page 35. Six through 15. When you're done, please. Is, at one point in this time during this case, did you at any point in time say that you did not see classic defensive wounds?
Yes.
Thank you. So the cause of death in this case was one stab wound, right?
Yes.
And it was in the upper left shoulder.
Yes.
You reviewed police reports in this case?
Not police reports.
Did you have an investigator on this case?
Yes.
All right. And you relied on your investigator, is that right?
Information from our investigator and from the detectives.
So your autopsy report was 11 pages long, is that right?
Yes.
You talk about the stab wound.
Yes.
You talked about the additional injuries.
Yes.
You talk about hypertensive cardiovascular disease of the deceased.
Yes.
You talk about obesity. Is that right?
Yes.
You give a conclusion.
Yes.
You opine as to cause of death.
Yes.
You opine as to the manner of death.
Yes.
And you even include a diagram that we saw this morning.
Yes.
And you notated different contusions, superficial and size wounds, one stab wound on this diagram.
Yes.
You also had included in this autopsy report, you noticed whether or not there was tattoos on Michael Redlick.
Yes.
You also identified any clothing and valuables in this report.
Yes.
And nowhere in this report do you describe how long it takes or how Michael Redlick goes from alive to dead, do you?
That's stated in the cause of death and also my anatomic findings.
Okay. I get you have a cause of death. The cause of death is the stab wound, right?
Yes.
My question is, you don't describe in this autopsy report, which you describe other things, but you don't describe how Michael Redlick goes from alive all the way to dead. You don't say anything about time, do you?
That's not something that goes into an autopsy report. So we're reporting the findings that we have. And I think you're maybe asking about mechanisms. So we don't, a mechanism is not a finding. A mechanism is how that stab wound resulted in a death. So we don't discuss mechanism. We're presenting the findings that we have from the examination and the other information that we have.
So there's nothing about the mechanism, is my question.
Correct.
So you initially authored this autopsy report, the original one, January, was it 12th or 13th of 2019?
Well, so it doesn't happen at one point. So what happens after I do my examination, I dictate my report right afterwards. And then, I have to wait for any test to come back. So any toxicology or any other thing like that. Once all of those things come back, then I finalize the report. So I may edit the report, change things around, change wording, that type of thing.
Okay, so when did you finalize your initial report in this case?
This was in April.
Okay, well, didn't you author one? I'm not talking about the amended one. I'm talking about the original one that you did in this case, where you did not have the amendment. Do you know which one I'm
That
talking
date I don't remember because I only have.
So we're talking most likely in January of 2019, possibly early February of 2019. Is that correct?
I don't know the date.
Okay. We're taking a look at your autopsy report, the original one. Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so April. I signed it on April. The date of the autopsy was January, but I signed off on the report on April.
Did you author an original one sometime in January?
I don't know what the date was. There was an amended report, which means that once I complete the report, it goes through a QA process, quality assurance, where other people review it. And so if there's any discrepancies, we do what's called an amended report, where just say, oh, this was incorrect, I'm changing it. So it's a way to document that I changed something, and then, it's all documented, what I've changed, why I've changed it, and what date I've changed it.
Okay, so you have one from April 23rd, 2019. Did you do another one on May 6th, 2019?
Yeah, that must be the amended report then.
And the reason why you had to do that is because you had corrections to make in the subsequent one. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because there have been errors that you were trying to correct.
There are errors I did correct.
Now, you talked about a little earlier about the state asked you about possible time, how long it took for Michael Redlick, how long he would have been losing blood, walking around, possibly starting to stumble or whatnot. And you testified that it could be about 15 minutes, is that right?
Based on cases that I've seen similar to this, it's possible.
So you mentioned that there were studies, but they don't exactly hit the same injuries that Michael Redlick have, correct?
Correct.
All right. So those studies that you're referencing for your frame of reference are for items that is not applicable to this case.
The 10 to 15 minute was based on my observations from cases that I've had that have been similar. And then I also stated that there are studies that have been done, but those involve penetrating injuries of the heart. So we can't really make that jump. So again, these are observations. That's why I'm saying it could be, because we just don't have a lot of good data.
So in other words, you don't know.
I said it could be.
Right. So you don't know.
I don't know 100%, no.
And it's possible that Michael Redlick would have died within 15 minutes of the stab wound. Is that correct?
Unlikely, but I guess
But it's possible.
it's possible.
Did you at one point tell Detective Ware that Michael Redlick would have bled out within 5 to 6 minutes?
I don't think I would have said that.
Okay, so are you saying that you did not say it, or?
Well, I don't know what I can't remember what I said in 2019, but that's not a statement that I would make. But maybe it was a misunderstanding. I don't know, but that's not something that I would say.
Michael Redlick was 6 feet tall, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Do you need to refresh your recollection with your autopsy report?
He was 6'1".
Before you, okay, so he was 6'1",
That was the measurement that we had, yes.
and he weighed 243 pounds.
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
So those other cases that you were talking about, as far as possibly how long it would take someone to pass away from this particular stab wound, that was based on anecdotal evidence, right?
Just my observations.
And it's not based on anything scientific?
No, just observations.
Nothing further?
Thank you. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, Sherna.
Okay, doctor. So let's talk about these amendments that you made to your report. What were they?
I think initially on the final anatomic diagnosis, I had vein instead of, or I'm sorry, I had artery instead of vein. So I just corrected that. And I'm not sure of the other one. I think it might have been a grammar, but I do know that there was the one on the front page.
So did the amendment affect the cause and manner of death at all?
No.
So let's go to the defense talk to you about the defensive wounds and whether or not you saw classic defensive wounds. Could you describe to the jury about using your hands and how sometimes hands can be considered classic defensive wounds?
Particularly with sharp force injuries, the classic findings are we'll see cuts or not lacerations, sorry. Cuts or incised wounds of the hands, oftentimes between the thumb and index finger, near the bases of the finger. So that's classic for sharp force injuries.
And in this case, this is sharp force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so just to clarify, there were no injuries consistent with cuts to Michael's hands, right?
Correct.
However, the injury to the forearm, that's still consistent with the defensive wound, right?
It could be consistent with a defensive wound.
It's just not necessarily a sharp defensive wound, like a sharp injury defensive wound, right?
Yes.
So now, let's go to the last thing that I just wanted to chat on briefly. Okay. So, this incised wound to the head. You keep saying a scratch. Is it a scratch because it's not deep?
Yeah, it's just a way to, it's superficial. So when we think of scratch, scratch doesn't really go really deep down into the deeper tissue. So it's in the more superficial layers.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, that wound was caused by a sharp object, is that correct?
Yes.
So something consistent with a knife?
Anything with a sharp edge.
So could a fingernail have caused that?
No, fingernail wounds look a little bit different. There's usually, they're crescent shaped. Sometimes there can be a little bit of loss of tissue, whereas a wound that's made with a sharp object has very clean margins. And one of the things that we can do is, open the wound and look into it. It has some different characteristics than, say, from like blunt force trauma. So these are very well-defined, crisp, edges, cleaned through not only the skin, but even the superficial layers underneath.
And then this other wound right here, the superficial incised wound right here on the left side. Defense also chatted with you about that wound. And once again, you mentioned that wound was a scratch. Is it a scratch because it's not deep?
Yes, and I think it's kind of more relatable. If I say superficial incised wound, maybe not everybody knows what that means, but if I say scratch, well, most people know, okay, that's just, pretty superficial.
So that wound was not caused by like a fingernail, right?
No,
So that wound, once again, was caused by a sharp object
yes,
consistent with a knife.
something with a sharp edge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Doctor, you may step down. State your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Amy Jones to the stand.
To the jury room, and I will call you back in about 15 minutes or so. Thank you very much. You needed to say? I saw you pop up.
Yes. Issue that we discussed at the
Yes.
bench earlier today.
Yes, ma'am.
I have found out that Dr. Azar is available tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
11 is good.
He's available 11 o'clock his time.
time,
Where is he?
Tennessee.
Depending on what part of Tennessee. Some of it is central, some of it is eastern.
Yeah, his is central. And so but that was his availability. I don't think he would take very long. My guess is that his direct examination might take 10, 12 minutes.
Tell him he can be ready. I will need to see where we are after today and tomorrow morning. Well, definitely after today. If I'm going to be taking testimony tomorrow morning during lunch, I certainly don't want to start at 9 o'clock and expect the jury to sit from 9 until 1, or however long it will take. So let me see where we are after today.
Got it.
Anything else I need to take up? State, are you ready? Or do we still need to be on break for the morning?
Mr. Jones has been located, but could we have 2 more minutes?
Okay, I told them 15, so we have 15 more minutes. Just keep him up here on our floor.
Did you see the email?
So we have state, defense, and the defendant present. Let's bring the jury back in, please, and the witness. We found him?
Yes, Your Honor, he went to go move his car. We had messages. Sorry, Judge.
Okay, no worries. Witness?
Your Honor, this time the state calls Andy Jones to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm.
Sir, would you please state your full name for the record? Spell your first and last name.
Andrian Leonard Jones, Andrian Jones, Jones.
Okay. Ms. Garcia.
And could you please tell the jury where you're employed?
I am the inmate phone system senior technician at the Orange County, Florida jail.
And how long have you been working there?
I've been working there over 21 years.
And could you please tell the jury your duties and responsibilities?
I work with the inmate phone system, making sure that it is working properly, along with the provider, the service provider contracted by the county, GTL. I make sure, again, as I said, that the system is properly recording the calls by monitoring and what have you, even down to repairing the phones themselves. If there's an issue with a phone, if a staff member or even a family member outside calls and says they were having trouble on a phone call, we'll try to make sure that everything is repaired. Also, upon request of law enforcement, we will provide recorded call information to law enforcement.
And could you please describe to the jury how the jail phone call system works?
Yes, when an inmate is booked in, they're given a 12-digit PIN number. It's made up of their 8-digit booking number and their 4-digit book time and military time. When they pick up the phone, they're prompted by the automated operator to enter that PIN. After they successfully do that, they're prompted to enter the phone number that they want to call. After they do that, the call proceeds. The person on the other end either accepts or rejects the call. If they accept the call, both parties hear a recording that says this call is subject to monitoring and recording, and then the call proceeds.
Now, when, besides the PIN number, is there any additional way in order to identify who's calling and making a phone call?
Yes, one of the things that I also have access to is the inmate management system. It says when a person was booked in, why they were booked in. It says every location they were housed in during the duration of their time. Knowing that, I know which phones they have access to at the different times in the jail. Let's see. Your question was?
So let me ask you another question. When the person, so let's say an individual makes a phone call, an inmate makes a phone call, is there a prompt like for their name so the person receiving the call knows who's calling?
There is, yes. There's an opportunity for the inmate to record their name or their moniker. They may not say their name. Maybe they're known by a nickname, and so they may say that, but that is recorded and played to the called party so that they will know who it is.
Mm-hmm. And could you please tell the members of the jury where these phones are located?
The phones are located at the Orange County, Florida jail.
And where in the actual jail are they located? Are they located in, does every inmate have a phone in their individual cell? Where are they located?
They're located in the common areas, I would call them, of the individual dorms or cells throughout the jail. depending on where this housing location is, and there are 8 housing locations in the jail, they may have 2 phones up to 8 phones. And in some areas, there may even be 10 phones available, depending on where a person is housed in those specific dorms.
So a common area, so multiple inmates have access to these group of phones, is that correct?
Yes, this would not be the sleeping area, it would be the area where the television is and things like that, where they may want to eat their meals, their tables. So it would be a common area.
Okay. So I would like you, I'm going to actually direct your attention to this case today. Did you have an opportunity in order to look up and pull any phone calls that a Danielle Redlick made?
Yes,
And is Danielle Redlick's PIN number 1900-401-21157?
it is, yes.
And so once again, that was her booking number plus when she was booked in military time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to actually pull and review some of the phone calls that that Danielle made using that PIN number?
Yes,
I'm going to actually direct your attention to 2 particular days. Did Danielle make a phone call on March 22nd of 2019 starting at 1:59 p.m.?
yes,
And on that particular day, did she use her PIN to make that phone call?
yes,
And did she actually use her name in the prompt?
yes.
Okay. Now, there was a second date and phone call that I'd like to direct and actually, let's just do that one first. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing counsel's mark for identification as E. Mark for identification states E. Do you recognize states E?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize states E?
This is a call that I provided to law enforcement. When I listened to it to verify the call, I dated it and initialed it AJ.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of that phone call?
It is, yes.
And are these calls kept and maintained within the regular course of your business?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves what's been marked for identification as states E into evidence.
Any objection?
We'll renew our prior objection.
The objection's overruled. States E is the next numbered exhibit.
That's State Exhibit 62.
Did Danielle make a phone call on April 16th of 2019, starting at 10:41 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And on that date and time, did she use her PIN to make that phone call?
Different pin.
Did she use, on that date, she used her PIN, is that correct?
Oh, forgive me. That's a different time. Yes, she did use her pin.
Okay. And did she put her name in the prompt?
Yes,
Okay, now let me just clarify the name of the prompt. When the inmates are using the prompt, do they do that every single time they make the phone call? Or is that the first time when they're setting things up, they put that name in?
the first call, they're prompted as a part of the initial call. The automated operator prompts them to say their name, and they have the opportunity to do that. They can not say anything, or they can say a nickname, whatever.
Okay, so pretty much when they're setting up their very first call that they're gonna make,
Yeah.
that's when they have the opportunity to say their name, their nickname, whatever they want the person that they're calling to hear. Is that correct?
Yes, that's recorded, and then it's played on all subsequent calls.
Okay. And so with the call that happened on April 16th, 2019 at 10:41, because she used her PIN, it then used her name in the prompt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing counsel's mark identification states F. I'm handing the witness what's been marked for identification as states F. Do you recognize states F?
I do. This is also a jail call that I provided to law enforcement. When I listened to it to verify it, I dated it and initialed it AJ.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of that call?
It is, yes.
And are these calls kept and maintained in the regular course of your business?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the state offers what's marked for identification as states F into evidence.
Any objection?
We'll renew our prior objection.
Objections overruled. States F is admitted as the next numbered exhibit.
State Exhibit 63.
Now, Mr. Jones, I'd like to chat with you. We've been talking about inmates using their PIN numbers. Is there, and can inmates use somebody else's PIN numbers to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
And so how does that happen?
When inmates cross paths with others, the system only needs a active PIN to work. It's not vetting per se who's entering it, not the system. But as long as an active PIN is entered, they are able to use the phone system. And often when inmates cross paths with others, if they desire to use another PIN, they can ask for it. Inmates sometimes trade for PINs. There are free calls that are given on Sundays. There's a free 5-minute call that's given to inmates, and often they quote unquote sell that for a commissary item or something. And so thus then they would share their PIN for someone else to have access to that free call. Well, once they do that, that doesn't stop the other person from continuing to use it.
Okay. Now, when you're looking and pulling jail phone calls for law enforcement, if you're looking for, a name or a PIN number, how, if anything, can you determine whether or not an inmate's using somebody else's PIN?
When I get a request for an inmate's calls, I start with their PIN number, as well as knowing the date and time that they're booked in. As I said, I also have access to the inmate management system. So I start with their PIN number, and I note or write down all of the phone numbers that are called and associated with their PIN. Knowing what cell location they're in, I also know which phones they have access to. As I search through the different calls, as I search the first phone number, I note whether all of the PIN numbers shown are this inmate that I was asked to search for. I verify whether or not it is their PIN. If I see other PIN numbers being used out of the same dorm where I know this inmate is housed or has been housed, I listen to some of the calls. I can't listen to all of them. But I'm listening for the inmate to self-identify. I'm listening for them to say their name. I'm listening for them to answer to their name. Often they have to say their name in specific instances. Their name is called for child. If they call a bondsman, they have to say their name, regardless of what PIN they're using. So there's a number of things that I listen for them to self-identify. I go through the entire list of numbers that same way. And when I find calls, regardless of whether it's the inmate's PIN who I was asked to search for or a different inmate's PIN, but it was coming from the same cell, usually even serial calls. So the inmate would use their PIN on the first, I'll just pick a date, but then also on the first, out of the same cell, usually on the same phone, another PIN is used to call the same phone number. So that is the way that I am able to ascertain whether an inmate is using a different PIN.
In this particular case, did Danielle Redlick ever use a different PIN number?
Yes, she did.
And whose PIN number, and who was the inmate that PIN number belonged to?
Connie Kent.
And was the PIN number that she used, was it 32042?
Yes.
And at some point, did Connie Kent and the defendant, were they in the same cell unit?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, at this time, could you read the instruction?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to listen to an audio recording edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the evidence.
That's fine. So, Mr. Jones, the two pieces of evidence, State 62 and State 63, these were the two calls that Danielle made with her PIN number, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The state's going to publish Exhibit 63, the call made on April 16th, 2019 at 10:41. And Mr. Jones, as this is loading up the number, because you said that you tracked the number in which was one of the ways in which you could track the PIN number, is that correct? When an inmate uses somebody else's PIN number, is you look at the different phone numbers that they're calling?
I do. I check the phone numbers.
And was the phone number that Danielle was using on that different PIN, was that the 440-502-9799?
That is correct, yes.
And the call that we're actually listening to here, even though this is using Danielle's PIN, this call is actually to that number, is that correct? On the one in April?
The one in April, yes, that is correct.
Please enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from Danielle, an inmate at the Orange County Corrections. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $24.74. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink. Hello? Hi. Hey. So, are you working at concern what's wrong? I'm not even in court yet. Yeah, there was something that this happened. But why? And there are reasons and there are things that you can call it. The charges are not correct. Right. Okay.
Hold on, stop for a second. Ms. Garcia, stop that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have the Bluetooth speaker,
Yes, Your Honor.
or are you playing it through the sound system?
No, Your Honor, through the Bluetooth
Are
speaker.
you able to turn, can you all hear that?
No. Okay. We'll move the speaker closer, Judge.
Okay. And it also needs to be up enough so that the court reporter can hear as well. Were you able to hear? And she can't hear either.
enter the area code and phone number you are calling now. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from Danielle. An inmate in the Orange County Corrections. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $24.74. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Telling. Hello? Hi. Hey. So, are you working at concern of your Yeah, there was something happened. This happened. But why? And there are reasons and there are things that if you call it, the charges are not correct. Right. The truth is. She's weird sometimes. Yeah, no, I don't know. Weird. She was describing me about what we can be in Democrat. We call it bondage. And we were talking for a while. Like, well, something take care of it. Like, she was like, kind of like, weird. Weird. Because we don't want to talk about our marriage. And because we don't, she's treating us. And, she was just like, talk, man. Like, well, it's not a serious problem. And she's like, well, you don't need to support. Like, you know, and I tell her, like, yeah, she's later and on. I'm telling you, it's harder to me, you know, like, right. It's hard to divorce from the community expression with it. You don't put people like mother figures and family and help, you know, divorce is very, very difficult.
Now, going to what has been entered as State 62, is that to the same number or was that to a different number?
A different number. Forgive me, a different number.
For English, for a collect, please enter your 12. Please enter the area code and phone number you are. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from Danielle. An inmate in the Orange County Corrections. To accept this call, your current balance is $21.51. This call is from a corrections facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Telling. What? Hello? Hey. Hi. That's all about yeah. Yeah, it only rings twice when you call. I love your rings. Yeah, like I was about to answer it last night. It was in my hand, and I just thought, you know, usually
Oh,
it's
really?
full ring.
Probably be phones in here, I don't know.
All right, well, here's Sadie. Hold on a second.
Oh, yay, okay,
Hello?
hey.
Hey, Mom. No, Mom, but I don't know what you want me to do. Because I don't have control over the situation or anything.
You can't decide on the conversation with me?
It's hard to have conversations with you. Why you phone like this? Because I can't get into a deep conversation with you. I don't know what you want me to say.
It's not about what I want you to say, I just want to talk to you, I don't understand. I just want to get worried what you're feeling, and I guess I am getting that. Maybe you don't really want to talk. Is that it? To be honest.
I don't know, like,
Like what? I've been sitting here dying to talk to you, I mean, I've been agony, and that's,
yeah, but like you want to talk to me, and then it's just like, I'm hearing about how you're doing in there, and like what you just told me.
I don't talk about what's going on here, hardly ever. Just saying, hey.
I know.
I'm like, oh, you don't know what goes on here. So you're getting the impression that you're talking about me,
No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. Those words when you come out of my mouth. It's hard for me to talk to you over the phone when it's hard for me, Mom.
I don't understand. Please elaborate, but I'm just sitting here wondering, well, that's not fair. Why can't you? If you want to say, Mom, I'm angry with you or something, then say that. And then maybe we can progress the conversation. I just don't want to.
No, I'm just angry with everything. I'm not angry with directing you. I'm angry with everything.
I would imagine that that's not something that I'm not saying you're not have a right to, but just, I'm your mom, like.
I know that. And it doesn't change anything, I know.
It's not so stern, like.
What do you,
What do you think I want? I want to be able to talk to you.
Mom, it's not the same anymore. I can't do that anymore.
Why?
It's just, I don't know.
So we're not the same anymore?
No, it's just different.
I don't understand.
I'm not trying to have a bad conversation with you, Mom.
You said it's not that. I'm trying to have a conversation.
I know it's hard in there, and I know we don't get to talk, but it's hard on me to talk sometimes.
I just want you to elaborate on that because of where you are.
Yes! No! I don't know what you want me to say. Why can't you it's easy to understand, but it's hard for me to talk sometimes. Like, I don't always want to talk, because just like the same reason Sawyer doesn't. It makes us sad. Just because we already know you're not with us, like,
I'm still here. I don't even try to. I don't even know.
yes, I do.
I'm not. So you're writing me off at this point.
No, stop saying those type of things. Stop putting words in my mouth and saying that.
What am I supposed to do? It's just not calm.
No, I didn't say that.
I don't want to deal with this. It's heartbreaking. I can't. How long does this go on?
Well, I don't know what you want me to say.
Stop saying that. I just. Why are you so angry? Like this is everybody or just me? I just want to know.
Oh my gosh.
What are you doing? Are you doing this with my family?
No, stop saying that.
Oh my God, that's all you can say. Is this really happening? Why are you pushing me away like this?
I'm not pushing you away, Mom. You're not here.
I am here. I'm on the other end of the phone.
30 minutes from you. I'm dealing with a matter that doesn't allow me to be with you physically right now. It doesn't mean I'm not fighting. I know. Well, you can't say because I'm not here. That doesn't mean that you're not. What does that mean? So that's your opinion. Would you rather me not call? We have the same conversation every time we get on the phone. Because you think I'm angry with you, and I am angry about stuff. But I don't know what to talk about. I can't talk either much if we talk. I just want to know the nature of what. I don't want you to be like this with me because I don't know what to do. I just know. Where this anger is and having problem is it. I know it's a situation, however, well, you're not handling anything. No, you want me to handle stuff in this situation? No, I just said you're clearly not, so I don't know why I'm looking for anything other than what you're telling me. What situation? I thought you were happy before this. You were like, hey, Mom, everything's fine, I'm doing okay, and, I hope you're doing well, and now I'm just all of a sudden it was script the other day, and I don't understand, what's happened? Can you answer that? Is because of why can't you imagine this kind of psychological stuff we have to think about? Of course. But how does that's to make me, I don't always want to talk because that's why. I just don't. I have to find all the stuff out about what happened. And I can't hear anything directly from you, so I just don't know what to say. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you could assume because that's what they're painting. That's what their job is. What? Yeah, you could assume and believe what you've heard and seen. What am I supposed to do, Mom? I don't have a real story. I don't know anything. Honey, that's what I'm saying. They're painting that. They have to paint that story. You don't know what. My thing is you've been told yet. That's part of that is. Why do you do that? That's what got here. You said, Mom, I know everything. You already do. Yeah, I know what happened because what I heard was a lie at first. Well, you can't. I explained it. And you didn't tell me. I couldn't because I knew that there were going to be possible charges brought against you.
So in this last conversation, it was a different phone number, as we previously stated, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she's speaking with somebody called Jade, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at the end, there was a conversation about what had happened. Is that true?
Objection.
Legal basis?
Approach.
Yes. or overruled? Mr. Jones, you can answer the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what happened because what I heard was a lie at first. Well, you can't, I explained it. And you didn't tell me. I couldn't because I did possible charges against him.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Mr. Parnell?
Jones,
Yes, sir.
what time she's been in jail, how many calls has she made?
I do not have that number.
More than two?
It is more than 2.
A lot more than two?
I would believe so, yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jones, you may step down.
Thank you.
Have a good day. State your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no witnesses, additional witnesses. So therefore, may it please the court, opposing counsel, members of the jury, the people of the state of Florida rest.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have to take up an issue that's going to take me a little bit of time. So the deputy will escort you to the jury room, and I will be with you as soon as I can.
Time, the defense would move for judgment. As far as the second-degree murder charge is concerned, even in the light most favorable to the state, while the defendant may have the burden of going forward with evidence of self-defense, the burden of proving guilt
Can you
never...
slow down a little bit, please?
The day before this incident, it was her dad that was upset with her mom. That her dad was visibly angry, more upset than she had seen him. That her dad was drinking, that she had to throw out his liquor bottle. Pete Diebel testified that the night of the incident, just hours before, Michael did not seem himself, was distracted, and just wanted to leave after the game. Danielle, on the other hand, was quieter than normal. That was a layperson's observation from the night of the incident, and just hours before this incident occurred. This is consistent with Michael finding out Danielle was texting another man. Michael was the one who felt betrayed. Michael was the one who was angry, as confirmed by his daughter. For depraved mind, it is an act or series of acts that either one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. Here we have one fatal stab wound that was in the armpit. We have one. We do not have multiple stab wounds. 2, it's done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. The emails that were entered into evidence that were from Ms. Redlick were for months or 8 months prior, have no bearing as to whether it was clear to events that occurred 8 months or months later. Michael Redlick was upset with Danielle Redlick upon discovering that she was texting another man. She was on the defensive, and by all accounts, it makes logical sense that he was the one who was angry and betrayed. Itself indicates an indifference to human life. As stated previously, this was just one stab wound. As far as count 2, tampering with evidence, the statute requires that Ms. Redlick knew that a criminal trial or proceeding or an investigation by a duly constituted law enforcement agency was pending or about to be instituted. Here, there is no evidence that Ms. Redlick knew that a criminal trial proceeding was pending or about to be instituted. At the time of the offense, she did not know that an investigation was pending or about to be instituted. And evidence submitted by the state, conversations between Ms. Redlick and Detective Ware, shows that Ms. Redlick was surprised that there was an investigation pending. For these reasons, we ask the court to grant the judgment of acquittal.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggins?
Yes, Your Honor. Everything that Ms. Conlon just said as it relates to self-defense is pure speculation and does not exist within the record. The state's case admitted no evidence related to self-defense. The state's case admitted the evidence that this defendant offered, which was Michael Redlick killed himself. And so any analysis that relates to issues related to aggression or anything like that are irrelevant because this defendant never, until trial, said that she committed this act in self-defense, and at this point has not. And so the court should disregard all arguments related to evidence that's not in the record. Looking at the record evidence in the light most favorable to the state has proven second-degree murder. It has established sufficient, competent, substantial evidence for a finder of fact to return a verdict of guilty. As it relates to, the single stab wound, the testimony from the medical examiner related to the particular injuries that she caused, not just the stab wound, but the other injuries from the sharp object constitutes serious bodily injury. Specifically, serious bodily injury means injury or physical condition that creates a substantial risk of death, serious personal disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of function of any bodily member or organ. Testimony of the medical examiner is that scarring could result from each one of those incise wounds. In addition, she testified to the nature of the injury and how the penetration of the chest cavity along with the lung would cause significant impairment and loss of function of those particular areas of the body and organs. So there is sufficient evidence as it relates to the injury itself. As to tampering, defense counsel has just suggested that if Mr. Redlick's body was found in that house, that Ms. Redlick didn't think an investigation would follow. That is a farcical argument and should be dismissed by this court, and it should not, and you should deny the JOA.
All right, well, as to both counts 1 and 2 in the information, taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, which is the state in this case, the court is going to deny the judgment of acquittal. The state has presented competent, substantial evidence to support a jury's finding of guilt as to both counts. Ms. Conlon, Mr. Parnell, are you ready to proceed? At this point, it's 11:20. Do you have a witness lined up ready to go now?
We do. It would be Ms. Redlick. All of our witnesses, we have to do her first.
Okay. Then let's bring the jury back in, and let's have Ms. Redlick in the jury box now.
Your Honor, I believe the court needs to engage in a colloquy related to her exercise of right to remain silent
I will do that.
before the jury's brought in.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, Miss Redlick, a few questions that I need to talk with or ask you, and some topics that I need to talk with you about. My understanding is that you are going to be testifying in your own defense. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you understand that an individual has a constitutional right not to testify? And if you decide to exercise your right not to testify, we'll read an instruction to the jury that says you have exercised that right and that they are not to consider your for them to prove the case. Any questions so far?
No.
Also, you have a right to testify. And if you decide to testify, I will read an instruction to the jury where I will tell them that they need to judge your testimony with the same weight, well, not with the same weight, but in the same manner in which they judge the credibility of the other witnesses. Any questions about that?
No.
There are some things, Ms. Redlick, during the course of the trial where your attorneys have made decisions. They've made strategic decisions on who to call in the case, how to question witnesses, how to challenge different types of evidence, and they've done that based on their training and experience. There are, however, some parts of the litigation process that rest solely with the defendant themselves, and the right to testify is one of those issues. Now, you can listen to what your attorneys say, and I strongly advise that you do listen to what your attorneys say. They are skilled in rules of criminal procedure, rules of evidence, and they've had many trials under their belt. So you do need to listen to your attorneys, but the final decision, Ms. Redlick, is going to be yours on what you want to do with testifying. Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys about whether you want to testify or remain silent?
Yes, I've had enough time, Your Honor.
Would you like more time? And I will give that time to you today to speak with them regarding that issue.
No, I do not.
Okay. So are you prepared at this point to make a decision on whether you want to testify in your own defense?
Yes, I will testify.
And that is your decision to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone threatened or coerced you in any way to testify?
No.
Has anyone threatened you in order to get you to testify?
No.
Made you any promises, anything like that, in order to get you to testify?
No.
And are you doing this on your own free will?
I am.
And are you under the influence today of any drugs, medication, or alcohol?
No, just lack of sleep.
Lack of sleep. Do you have any kind of mental condition that would make you unable to make the best decision for yourself today?
No.
And so are you making the best decision for yourself today to testify in your own defense?
Yes.
Okay. So the jury needs to be brought in. We are not standing when they come in. And we will go on and get started and work until noon. So let's bring in the jury.
Would you like to swear?
Okay, thank you.
Jury entering.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, would you please state your full name for the record? Spell your first and last name.
Danielle Redlick, DanielleRedlick.
Mr. Parnell.
Hi, Ms. Redlick.
Hi.
Were you married to Michael Redlick?
Yes.
How long were you married to Michael?
15 years and together for 18.
You have 2 children with Michael Redlick?
I do.
What are their names?
Jaden's my daughter, and Sawyer is my son.
How old are they?
Jaden's now 18, and Sawyer's 14.
You live in Winter Park
Yes.
in Orange County?
Yes.
Ms. Redlick, on January 11th, 2019, did you stab your husband?
I did. Yes.
Why?
He was suffocating me. I couldn't breathe, and he had me pinned down.
Can you explain more?
Well, I was scared, and I was just in fear for my life. He had thought he snapped, and I could die.
Why were you in fear for your life? Why did you think that you could die in that circumstance?
Just how he had me pinned down, and I couldn't breathe, and so just the look in his eye, his anger, and I couldn't get away.
Were you trying to get away?
I was.
Were you trying to use something besides a weapon to get away?
Yes.
Do you have any choice but to use a weapon to get away?
No.
How many times did you stab him?
Once.
Is this the first time that your husband had ever attacked you?
No, but it was one of the worst, I'd say, scariest.
Prior instances of physicality between yourself and your husband, are those things that you were aware of prior to January 11th, having experienced them yourself?
Yes.
Are those things that informed your decision or your awareness of your fear
Yes.
that you testified to on January 11th?
Yes.
Let's talk about how we got to that point.
Okay.
When did you first meet Michael?
I think it was like 1996. I was about 22, 23 years old.
What were the circumstances of you meeting him?
Well, I actually met him through my mother. He and I came together under kind of unique circumstances, but prior to us, he was actually dating my mother.
Was that the extent of the relationship that he had with your mother, dating?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Did they go beyond dating?
Yes, they had a kind of spontaneous marriage. Yes, she had,
When did they get married?
I think that was in 97.
So was Michael your stepfather at one point?
I guess technically, however, I didn't look at him that way.
How long were they married?
Just under, well, they were only married, I think, 6 months. They were together a couple years.
So they were together for a couple of years?
Yes.
And how old were you during that time?
22, 23 years old.
What's the age difference between you and Mr. Redlick?
21 years.
So how do we go from stepdad to something else?
Well, my mother and my stepfather had split up after 20 years, and my mom met Michael, and they started dating. And she discovered shortly after they were dating that she had an aggressive stage 4 breast cancer. And she only had so long to live. And so they got married in Vegas. And within 3 to 6 months after that, she passed away. And so they had been living in a home together with my 2 younger siblings. I'm the oldest of 5, actually.
What's the age difference between you and your siblings?
I think the youngest would be 13, so I was like 25 at that point.
So how much older than your sisters are you?
At least a decade, but there's 5 of us, so they fall all in between.
But you're the oldest?
Yes.
Okay. So if you can continue explaining how the relationship between you and Michael goes from step-parent to wife.
So after my mother passed, the 2 younger children were in high school, my younger brother and sister, and they were living in the home with Michael and my mother. And so after she passed, my younger brother went to live with my stepfather, back with him, and Michael had asked me if I wanted to move in, that he would continue to rent the home that they were renting, so that my sister could at least finish another year of high school where she was. And so I agreed. And I was working and going to school at the time. And that's kind of how things got started. We were just
What was he
friends.
doing? What was his employment at that time?
I think he was working for the Cavaliers, the Cleveland Cavaliers at that point.
Basketball franchise,
Yes, but then switched over to the Cleveland Browns.
a football franchise?
Yes.
In Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio.
Correct, in Cleveland.
Okay. So did you move into the home?
I did.
How does it progress from there?
Well, I mean, we were just kind of handling the domestic duties with the kids, sort of, and I was working, and he was encouraging me professionally, and sort of became friendly, was very supportive, and, you know, there's time of loss for both of us, and we sort of bonded. And eventually, it turned into a romantic relationship. I was going to school and working part-time at one point, or at that time, and he started coming up to the place that I worked. I was a bartender at night, so he started coming up to all the shifts that I was working and just visiting with me. And after that, he started inviting me to do things, more things together. And we sort of, and I grew to enjoy it. And he was kind of worldly and smart, so these are new and exciting things for me. So at some point, it turned into a romantic relationship.
You say that he was encouraging you professionally. What do you mean by that?
Well, I was young, and like I said, I was going to school. He had a lot of contacts, a huge network, and I think he had introduced me to some of his contacts, and I got my first real professional job, I guess you'd say, through him, and, you know, just kind of entering the business world.
Was that in Cleveland as well?
It was in Cleveland, yes.
So we've gone from you moving back in, helping with the domestic duties, to you being at work, him coming to work while you're working and going on dates.
Yes.
And at this point, does it continue to progress into a romantic relationship?
Yes, and that was over a period of time. It didn't. We were friends, and I didn't really look at him that way. It was a couple years at that point before it became a romantic relationship.
Was he still living in Cleveland, or did he ever leave?
He was living in Cleveland. Yes,
At some point, did he leave Cleveland?
he did.
Did you guys leave together?
Yes. Well, no, not initially.
Tell the court how that came about.
Well, he was pretty ambitious with his career at that point. He had practiced law for 13 years and went back to school later in life to pursue his passions in sports. And so that's when he started to work for, you know, the Cleveland Browns and the Cavaliers and professional sports teams. And he was looking for other opportunities, and he was moving up in the industry pretty quickly. So there was an opportunity that came upon him to move with the Memphis Grizzlies, an NBA team in Memphis, Tennessee. And he was excited about it, and he actually got the job, and it was a big move up for him.
At the time when he got the Memphis job, were you guys living together?
We were.
Was it your siblings there as well, or was it just you and Michael?
My sister was there, my younger sister, yes.
So when he gets the job, do you move together, or does he move on his own?
He asks me to move with him, but at that point, I hadn't really disclosed to my family that we were actually seeing each other. So I wasn't entirely comfortable with it, you know, just because he had been with my mother, and it was just kind of a little bit weird. So I told him no, that I wanted to also stay back with my family. My entire family lived in Cleveland, so I wasn't willing to do that at that point.
And do you remember what year this would have been?
2000-ish?
2000?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did that change? Did you make it to Memphis?
Yes, at that point, he was buying me plane tickets just about every weekend. And so he was flying me to Memphis and showing me around. And so I think after a year of that, one time he picked me up at the airport, and he said he had a surprise, and he took me to a place called Mud Island, where it's a beautiful neighborhood on the Mississippi River in Memphis. And he pulled up to a home, and he went inside, and he said, "I bought this for us." And it was a beautiful house. It had a pool, and it was on the river. And so from there, I went ahead and made the decision to go ahead and move to Memphis.
So you're there on a visit, and he told you that he'd already bought a home for you?
Yes.
Or for you together?
Right.
Okay. At this point, how was the relationship?
It was good. I mean, like I said, odd circumstances how we came together, but it was good. We enjoyed our time together.
And how did the rest of the family view this at that point?
I think the sister that was living with us, I think she took it kind of hard, which I don't blame her. I think people were a little bit shocked, but other than that, didn't have much to say about it.
So you moved to Memphis.
Yes.
You're living with Michael. How do things progress from there? How's the relationship once you make it to Tennessee?
It's good. Memphis was a new southern city to me. We were enjoying our time there. I got a job in the radio industry. We were both working.
You said earlier that he was helping you, assisting you professionally. Was this a
Yes.
job that Michael had assisted in you obtaining?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, his job at the Grizzlies was, he was somebody that was well-connected in the community. He was to entertain sponsors and bring on that kind of partnerships. So he worked with a lot of the companies in the area, and he was able to introduce me to people. And so I was able to get a job that way.
At this point, do you have any children yet?
No.
So we're a few years in Tennessee.
Yes.
During the early stages while you're living in Tennessee, was there ever any tension or physicality between you and your husband?
At times, yes.
How would that come about?
Through arguments, sometimes alcohol-related, sort of thing. At times it would escalate. I started to notice that he would get physical when he was angry, very angry, or if he drank too much. A lot of manhandling kind of thing.
Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
Just grabbing me in the, by the arms a lot, sort of a controlling nature, sort of dominating. At times, slam me up against the wall, kind of stuff like that.
Were there ever times when it was more than just grabbing you?
Yes.
What was the first time that you can recall something happening that's more than just grabbing you?
Well, actually, the first time would have been back in Cleveland. There was one incident. We were coming back from a concert. I had saw an ex-boyfriend at a concert, and he was accusing me of wanting to have gone to the concert with the ex, and we sort of got into an argument about it. And I remember I made an offensive comment, which I wouldn't make today. I called him. I said at least he wasn't Jewish and cheap. And he backhanded me in the face, in the mouth, and my mouth started bleeding and my nose started bleeding. And we were in the car at this point. And so when I got to the red light, I wanted to get out of the car. And he grabbed me, and I grabbed him back, and we kind of just went back and forth in the car. And we actually got pulled over.
So that's
The very
the
first.
first time that there was some...
Yes, that was the
heightened
first time he,
physicality.
yes.
But the relationship did not end at that point.
No, that was, actually, it was just beginning. And then he explained to me that he was sensitive about those sort of comments because he had grown up with some of that kind of thing. It bothered him. So
Were
I
you
really
able to
just
move
kind of
past
dismissed
that?
it. Pardon?
Were you able to move past that incident?
Correct.
So as you get into Memphis, is there any more scenarios situations where it becomes physical between yourself and Michael?
Yes. And one particular incident, and I remember he was coming home from work every day, and he was pretty agitated. Something was really bothering him. I just remember that it was had to do with something with two of his bosses. And he was coming home, and he was pouring a drink each night. And I was still pretty young at that point, so I grew up in a house where you eat dinner every night. And I noticed that Michael, when he would drink, he would skip dinner. And so he was doing this by the third night. I started to wonder, are you going to keep doing this? I think I'm just going to go ahead and, if you're not going to eat dinner, I'm just going to go down to the river. There's some, a city walk where they have some shops and eateries and stuff. And when I said that, he got irritated and said, "What, are you mad because I don't want to have dinner with you?" And I said, "Well, yeah, kind of at this point," because I said, "How's the wallowing working out for you?" I said something sarcastic. And I went to head to the door to leave, and he was near the door, and he moved in front of the door. and I tried to shove past him, and I feel like at that point, he raises his fist and he just crossed me in the face, and I feel like, I don't know, like he took out every frustration that he had that week on me, and the next thing I remember was actually laying in his lap, and he was stroking me, and he was apologizing, he was crying, and I had looked down and I had blood all over me, and he was telling me how sorry he was, that he's going to take me out to a nice dinner tomorrow, and he wanted to go ahead and take care of me, let him take care of me that night.
Did this occur in the home?
It was in the house, yes, right before I tried to leave.
Were you injured as a result of this?
Yes, and so I noticed that I had my tooth was chipped, and so I told him, I said, I need to go to the doctor, and my face was hurting, and he said, let me just take care of you tonight, we'll talk about that, and so I did. And the next day I called off work, I told him that I got into a car accident. He went into work and he came home early, and he said that he had talked to the team doctor, Dr. Azar, and that he was going to take a look at my face. And I said,
Objection narrative.
Sustained. Pick up your question.
Was this to set up an appointment?
yes,
And was that done?
it was.
Did you meet with the doctor?
Yeah, and I said, you told him what happened? And he said, well, yeah. And I said, he goes, and I was surprised because I didn't, and he said, well, if you go to a regular or another doctor, I could possibly go to jail over this, so.
Did you, for this incident that you described, did you tell anybody what had happened at that time?
No,
Did you tell the doctor how it had occurred?
no.
How come? What would make you not want to tell or not describe accurately how you had sustained injuries?
Well, he didn't ask. I was sort of prepared to tell him if he.
Buying you a nice dinner and apologizing and taking care of you afterwards, is that something that would happen when there was physical incidents between yourself and Michael?
Yes.
And how would that make you feel as that's happening after a tumultuous event?
Well, after a while, it started to make me feel like, I don't know, just sort of violated, or, that it could happen again. Become fearful a little bit.
And is this prior to your daughter being born?
I believe it was.
When was your daughter born, Jaden?
Jaden was born in 2003.
So at this point, with the increased violence that's occurring and your fear that something may continue to happen, why not leave the relationship? What is your mindset is what I'm asking for not leaving.
Well, there was still a lot of good. I didn't feel like that was overpowering it. And like I said, he was apologetic, and I felt me, and I felt like it was still worth being invested.
Did you love him?
I did, yes.
And at this point, you haven't been married yet.
I'm sorry?
At this point, you guys are not married.
No.
Okay. And when did you get married?
2004.
2004, in Memphis?
Yes.
Once you're married, once you have your daughter, how does the relationship continue?
It's actually, I would say that it was really good. Right after my daughter was born, we were both just ecstatic over our little girl, and things were going pretty well. We were kind of big fish sort of thing. I was working with a radio group, and he was the Memphis Grizzlies, and it was kind of exciting.
Did it stay that way?
No, it didn't. It didn't last to the point where it was, without tension, problems.
So I've been born. Talk me through how it goes from happy marriage, good times, to less good times.
After a while, he was getting happy at the Grizzlies. There were some things going on there were some changes being made. I know at one point his boss, his immediate boss left, who had been with him there for the full 8 years that we were there. And when he left, Mike was passed over for the promotion. He would kind of the natural candidates for the position, sort of acting CEO. And upset because they actually promoted a chief financial officer
Is
instead
this
of,
something you observed?
yes, he talked about it often, a lot. He was miserable about it, actually. And that's right around when Sawyer was born,
What year was Sawyer born?
2008.
Still in Memphis at this point?
Yes.
The tension coming from work, is this leading to more arguments, more physicality?
Yes. Yes,
Leading to more drinking?
definitely more drinking, yeah.
What kind of things are we seeing as a result of all these?
He was agitated and just preoccupied with issues, so mean at times, less attentive, and that kind of thing.
Were there other specific instances of physicality that occurred while you were living in Tennessee?
Yes, there were times that, like I said, there was scaring me kind of thing.
So when you say slamming you up against the wall, can you describe that with a little bit more detail for the jury?
Just grabbing me and then pushing me up against the wall and
Heavier than that?
at times it was heavier. He put his hand on my throat a lot. But other than that, that was pretty much the extent of it.
Putting his hand on your throat, what do you mean? Give some detail on that.
Just when I'm up against the wall, he'd have me up by my throat like this, and just yelling at me in my face. Or he'd be punching in my space, you know.
When this is happening, what you've described as the manhandling, the controlling, the physical holding you down, how do you respond? What are you doing?
I would just leave and I would go to my sister's until he would cool down, because when he did get really angry, it did get physical.
Often?
Angry, yes. And, yeah.
Would you ever fight back physically?
I say, yeah, I would at times.
How would that go? Like, what would you do?
Pushing him, you know, I'm probably hitting him on the chest, and I think at one point I did, when he had me pinned down at one point,
Do you know when that was?
I don't recall exactly when, no. I mean, it was in Memphis,
It was in Memphis? Okay.
yes.
Take it.
They're in our home,
Is this usually while people are around?
never.
And at this time, did you take any steps to leave the relationship, leave the home, anything like that? So, job situation in Memphis is not going well.
And so Michael was kind of bugging him to see if he could bring him out there. And eventually, an opportunity came about, and Andy said he found an opportunity for you.
You said Michael was able to locate a job. Did you guys move?
We did,
Whole family?
yes.
And so you got the 2 children, yourself and Michael, move out to California?
Yes, Sawyer wasn't quite 2 years old, so yes.
Do things get better when you move out to California?
Yeah, they did, actually. When we first moved to California, it was great. It was beautiful. We both loved it. We were exploring the countryside. He was working with the team, and we were going to games, and the kids were happy. So yeah, it was good.
So the relationship at that point, once you've moved to California, is going pretty well?
It is.
Did it continue that way?
No.
How do we go from going well in California to whatever comes next?
Well, we bought our home, and shortly after we bought our home, Andy Dulwich, the gentleman that had brought him on board, was let go from the 49ers. And this was fairly soon after we bought our home. And so then Michael explained to me that he was worried when he had a target on his back. I guess.
So there's new management at the top of the organization, and your husband's worried that he might not be retained when the transition takes place.
Right, and they were already kind of making that clear to him, I guess.
Were you working at this point?
No, we had been renting homes, and so I was kind of in and out of boxes, and we had just moved into a new home, so.
Was this a nice home?
It was great.
How long into the stay in California did it take until the tensions with the job started to arise?
Say it again?
How long are you in California before the job insecurity issues arise?
It's probably a little past a year and a half maybe.
How do those insecurities begin to manifest themselves with your husband and with your relationship?
Well, after Andy left, I guess, like the owner had put, I guess, his nephew, 27-year-old nephew in charge of the team, and I guess he had a lot of different ideas for the team. So Mike's a new immediate boss. I'll never forget his name because Mike talked about him often and not in good ways. His name was Prag Marate, and he would come home.
He meaning your husband?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so your husband would come home?
Yes. Very upset. I'd never seen him so kind of beat down and just disturbed. And he would tell me about what was going on at work. And they eventually put him on probation. And I want to say that he talked often about how the guy would belittle him in meetings and...
Objection relevance.
Oh, I can ask the next question to establish. So how does this affect, I'm sorry, Judge.
I sustain the objection, so you can go on and ask the questions that you need.
So how is this affecting your relationship?
Well, when he was coming home, I started to worry about him because he started drinking a lot more. I remember the kids were small, and I was kind of trying to shield them from it a little bit. You could see from our family room, you could see out into our garage, and I told him that he was going to have to start going out to the garage every night if this was what he was going to be doing. And I remember watching him often out there pacing back and forth, chain smoking and drinking. And I was worried about him, and I think it was because he was losing his job and we had just bought this home, so.
Is this leading to increased tensions between yourself and your husband?
Somewhat, but, I understood, and I was, like I said, I was worried about him and for us, so I just kind of let him do his thing and, sort of just watched after the children while he did.
Is there physicality while you guys are living in California between yourself and Michael?
Not as much violence-wise, no. More, it's distance kind of thing. And I think it was because he was preoccupied with, the situation.
So you say distance, are you talking about emotional distance between yourself and your husband?
Yes, definitely. And then just his preoccupation with At that point, he was looking for another job.
Okay. Were you guys able to find another job? Or was he able to find another
Not
job?
immediately. It actually took quite some time, so I decided to, jump in, and I said, hey, listen, I can talk to the parish. My daughter was attending a private Catholic school at that point, and I said I can see if they can reduce the tuition, and I can get a job. And so I did both those things, and ended up getting a job with, fairly quickly with the San Francisco Chronicle. And so while he was at home, at that point, the 49ers did let him go. So while he was at home, I was making the trek from San Jose to San Francisco on the train each day.
How were the family finances at that point?
Well, we had no income at that point. We had a savings, and so we were kind of living off of that.
Was that creating any tension?
Yes, I think Mike was extremely nervous about, supporting his family at that point, which is why I got the job.
And at some point, did he find another job?
Eventually, he did, yes.
Where was that?
Indiana,
You remember what city?
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, Indiana. And do you remember what year this would have been?
That would have been 2014, I think.
Tell me about the move to Indiana. How does that take place?
Well, he leaves before me. It's a good position. There's a big weight off his shoulders. But I have to stay behind to sell the house so that I can move with the kids to join him in Indiana because they wanted him to start right away.
Did the children stay with you or did they go with your husband?
No, they were with me the entire time.
So how long does this take place where it's sort of a long distance type situation?
A year plus almost before we actually sold the house, and yeah.
And are you guys seeing each other much or what?
We are seeing each other, but not much. I mean, he would fly in when he could to visit us in California, and I think he flew us out once or twice to show us around in Indiana.
So how often would you see your husband then? Face to face?
That year, I would say probably half a dozen times, if that.
And eventually, did you and your children also go to Indianapolis?
We did, yes.
When you get there, are you living in a home, apartment? What's the situation?
We're renting a place for 6 months, and then we ended up renting another place for 6 months, and then we finally bought a home.
During this transition phase, how is the relationship between you and your husband?
It's still distant somewhat emotionally. I could see that he feels better in a lot of ways, but as far as his job goes, but I noticed other ways he was not doing well.
And can you describe that to the jury?
I didn't know what was wrong initially, but he had a couple of health issues. He was dealing with a knee problem, and he was just being distant and cranky, mean, and I didn't know why because I thought the situation had improved with the job and had taken some tension off of his shoulders. So I couldn't really pinpoint it. So I finally asked him, and then he shared with me. Well, first I asked him. I said we hadn't been intimate and often at that point, and
So at the time you're talking about, you've been in Indianapolis for a while, as cold as you've described it,
yeah.
and you're speaking to your husband about what's going on, what's the basis for the coldness?
Right.
Okay, and if you can continue from there.
And he said, "Oh, you noticed?" And I said, "Well, of course, but I just thought it with everything with the job changes, And he said, "No, actually, he was seeing a doctor in California about some issues that he had, low testosterone, and like I said, he had a knee problem, and yeah."
Did you know, you said that he was seeing someone in California, a doctor in California. Did you know about it when you were living in
I
California?
didn't know, no.
Okay, so this is something you came to find out when you were living in Indiana.
Right.
How old, so what year are we talking about at this point? Did you say 2012, 13?
Yeah, I think it was maybe 20, right. Mm-hmm.
So how old would both of you have been at that point?
I think I was like 38, and he was 58, 59.
58, 59? Okay, so
Mr. Purnell, let's stop right there. Ladies and gentlemen, it's noon. We're going to take our lunch now, an hour and a half. Just wanted to remind you not to talk about the case, do any research about the case, go to those places that have been mentioned in the case. And I'll see you back at 1:30. Back at 1:30. afternoon, please.
State of Florida versus Danielle Redlick, 2019, CF 1846. State.
Sean Wiggins, for the state of Florida.
Jennifer Garcia for the state of Florida.
Defense.
Andrew Parnell for Ms. Redlick, along with Catherine Conlon. Ms. Redlick's present in the courtroom on the stand.
Okay, so let's bring in the jury. I heard we have. Everyone had a great lunch. Mr. Parnell.
All right, Ms. Redlick. When we had left, we had moved to Indianapolis from California, and you were telling the jury about how your husband had told you that there was some medical issues going on and that he had been seeing a doctor in California. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we progress from that point?
Well, at that point, I was just kind of relieved to hear what was going on with him, because I asked him at that point, I said, is this why you've been, so mean and whatnot? And he said, oh, I guess there is some resentment. And I said, well, what do you mean? And toward me? And he said, yes. And he said, that I was young and that, he didn't feel invincible anymore, and he thought that I might leave him over this. And at that point, I'm just glad he had been communicating with me, because at least now I knew I could help.
Did you take steps to try and help?
I did. I assured him that that's not something I would leave him over. I said, I knew you when. This is a medical thing. There's Viagra. And he said, no, that's not working. He had been taking that for years, which I didn't know either. But I still went ahead and did some research for him. And I found a male clinic that specializes in this kind of thing. And we went
So
together.
after you found the clinic, how did it go from there? What were your guys' next steps?
Well, we went together to talk to these doctors and try and find some solutions. And we came out with a pretty good plan, I thought, anyway. They were going to give him testosterone injections to bring up his testosterone levels. And I guess there was some new groundbreaking sort of medicine that he could, I guess they were like injections that would help him get an erection, that he would have to do himself.
At home?
Yes.
And did he begin doing these treatments?
He did, yes.
And did you assist in that?
I mean, no, not technically. Just-
But you were aware of it as it was
Yes.
ongoing?
Yeah.
How did this seem to affect both him and your relationship with him, how he's treating you?
Well, I thought it was a solution. I thought that at least the physical aspect was, solved. And perhaps it was, but I think there was a mental side on his level that wasn't quite solved.
Okay, can you explain that?
Objection calls for speculation as to what was in Mr. Redlick's mind.
How is that affecting you? How is that affecting your relationship with him, arguments you would have, things like that?
His behaviors just continued to, he wasn't the Mike that I met. His behaviors just were bizarre. I think I would liken it to, I thought it was like this kind of sophomoric, juvenile, male-type behavior, where he was sort of treating me like an object. But alongside that, there was a lot of aggression, and it would become hostile.
Can you explain the sophomoric stuff that you're referencing?
Vulgar comments, like I'm a piece of meat, I'm an object, I'm his property. Some of it would be, I guess he would portray that it was kind of like lust or something, but to me, it wasn't appropriate, it wasn't okay. He was getting hostile, and he was actually hurting me often during these episodes.
Are you saying that physically would harm you?
Yes.
Is this while you're being intimate or in another
Or
manner?
he's being sexually aggressive, yes, or there were other instances where it would just come out of the blue, like perhaps I can tell things were bothering him. I can give an example. he was going to be going out of town for a work function for the week, and so he called me from work the day before and said, I'm going to bring home some movies and dinner. We're going to spend some time together tonight. And I said, okay. So he brought home dinner and alcohol, and we started watching the movie, and there was a love scene. And this happened often, I noticed. He would get flustered and kind of start acting strange. And during this particular movie, he approached me, and he was aggressive, and he was hurting me. So I moved to a separate couch, and I told him that that wasn't okay. And he just continued to drink through the movie, and he passed out about halfway through. And I finished the movie, and at that point, I just went upstairs to bed. I turned everything off, and I let him know that I was going up to bed, but he was snoring. I didn't wake him up, so I went up to bed, and the next morning, he had to leave, get ready to go out of town, and then he came upstairs into the bedroom, and he said, why didn't you wake me up last night?
So when he says that, how does it continue from there?
So I'm in my bathroom at that point, and I'm brushing my teeth, and we're having this conversation, and the next thing I know, something hits me in the back of the head, and I look, and there's a box of tampons on the floor. And I said, did you just hit me with that? And he said, yeah, are you calling me a PUSSY? And I said, no, what are you talking about? And he said that I had left the box of tampons on his side of the sink. What was I trying to say? And this just was very strange to me. And I said, I don't know, they just happened to be there. I didn't do that on purpose. Didn't clean up the bathroom, sorry. And I was upset. And I said, maybe you are acting like that, a PUSSY. And I walked away from him. And
How did he react when you walked away?
he said that he came up behind me and grabbed me from behind and started choking me. And I had never been choked that hard before by him.
You did this a second ago. Can you show the jury how, with your hands, do a demonstration
With his
of how
forearm,
it's-
he just came up behind me and yanked me really hard and pulled me close to his body, and to the point where I couldn't breathe, and he cut off my air, and basically was choking me out. I started to pass out. I remember falling, and I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, is he going to kill me? And I remember reaching up, and I fell to my knees, and the next thing I know, I was sort of aware, and I was looking up at him, and he was just staring at me with this like surprised expression on his face. And he reached out his hand and he said, I'm sorry. And I just crawled away from him into a corner, and I was really frightened at that point, and I couldn't believe it.
Can you describe the look on his face that you just referenced during this incident?
Well, after the fact, he looked stunned and surprised at himself, and remorseful at that point.
How did it go from there? Did you guys move on from that? Was there any next?
Well, we moved on in the sense that we still lived in the same home and were raising two kids together, but I was getting more concerned about these behaviors. They weren't improving. Alcohol was becoming a real issue. I started to drink more at that point. And I think
We're still in Indianapolis,
Yes.
2012, 2013?
Yep, about that. Mhm.
Okay.
And so I think it was just exasperating things. The arguments over this same issue kept repeating itself. And there were a few other, the violence increased.
Also,
Objection.
do you have any-
Non-responsive.
Sustain that.
Violence increased. Can you explain how?
He was just putting his hands on me a lot more. And I said we were both drinking, so we were exasperating our arguments, and they were escalating to physical arguments, physical altercations. And there was another time where he had a friend over, and I was unpacking some things in the basement that was long overdue for the kids. And I didn't come up and say hello that evening when typically I would. And when I did come upstairs, he asked me why I didn't come up and interact, and I said, well, you see, I was busy downstairs. And he said, well, I see you're drinking, you almost polished up a bottle of wine. And I said, something sarcastic, I just said, does that mean there's not enough room for two alcoholics in this family? And that's when he grabbed me, and this is when he pushed me up against the wall, grabbed me by the throat, and he picked up the wine bottle, and he held it over my head, and he said, no wife of mine is going to be rude to company like that, and you're not going to drink like this.
Was the friend still there, or had he left?
No, he had left.
Was anyone present for this?
No, the kids were in bed.
Did he hit you with the wine bottle?
He didn't hit me, just grabbed me by the throat and had me pinned up against the wall.
How did that make you feel? What's your reaction to that happening?
That really scared me too. I felt like it just was getting worse. And it didn't feel good, obviously. More afraid, unsafe.
You didn't leave at this point.
No.
So this keeps happening. You've described kind of a repetition of events, tension. What's your mindset in continuing with the relationship while this is going on, or despite this going on?
Well, I mean, at that point, I was obviously concerned about these issues, but I thought to myself, I wanted to stay in the marriage. I loved him. My kids were still very young. I just thought if we could get past this issue and begin to curb drinking, we could probably be okay. And so I was encouraging myself with that. And then I sort of just distracted myself. I went and got worked on a photography license at that point, and was starting to do some things for myself.
Do you eventually move to Florida?
And yes, we do eventually move to Florida.
When was that?
That would be in 2014, I think.
What was the reason for moving down to Florida?
Michael's job change. I think that we were both a little bit over the weather in Indiana, and this opportunity came about, and he discussed it with me, and he said it would be a different kind of move. It's the world of academia, a little different than what he was doing. Move if he thought that maybe some sunshine and warm weather would give us a boost.
This is the job at UCF?
Correct.
So you come down to Florida. Is this move, the whole family comes down, or is it like you had described about Indiana previously?
I think that one we made together. Yeah. Or no, he actually moved before me, but we weren't much longer later.
Okay. And did you guys move into the Temple home at that point or somewhere else?
No, again, we rented a house in the other side of Winter Park.
How long were you at the rental? Do you recall?
I think it was close, I want to say close to a year.
And then did you move into the Temple home after that?
I think we had 2 rentals at that point, and then we bought the Temple home, yes.
Were you working when you guys moved to Florida?
No, I had just, I had got a photography license, but I had signed up to go back to school to get a degree. Finish a degree, rather.
How are the finances at that point?
I know he took a pay cut. The Indiana job paid much more. I don't think we were suffering necessarily, but we weren't living like we were at one point.
Said that maybe moving to Florida with the sunshine would help things turn around a little bit. Did that come to be?
No.
Once we get down to Florida, how does the relationship progress once you're here?
Well, the moves are always a distraction. When you're a mom and you have 2 kids, it's always setting them up first with doctors and schools and all of these things. But other than that, the relationship wasn't improving intimacy-wise, or I don't think drinking-wise. And at that point, I probably had caught up to him in the drinking a little bit. I was developing a little bit of habit myself.
The medical issues and the tension arising from that is something that was still ongoing while you were in Florida?
Yes. I remember at this point, he had been receiving testosterone treatments, injections. And over time, it takes time, I guess, for that to kind of...
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
What would you observe when he's getting treatment for his medical issues?
Well, after a while, he started to improve physically. He was gaining some hair back and some muscle mass, and he was actually looking better than he had in a long time. But I also noticed some extremely aggressive behaviors.
Towards yourself?
Yes.
If you can expand on that, what are you seeing?
He was short-tempered. I noticed like physical things, like he'd get red veins kind of popping out of his neck, and he would look real flustered a lot and anxious, and some of that would translate into aggression.
Okay, towards yourself?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an example of how the aggression towards yourself would play out now that we're in Florida?
Yes, more of the same, just sexually aggressive, always manhandling, approaching me in ways like that. He was still drinking heavily, and I know that at one point we started sleeping separately because of this. And he was coming into the room at night drunk and basically attacking me. He was taking my pants off, and he was, and this was becoming like a daily thing. And I don't know if he was trying to work something out with him in his own mind, but it wasn't working for me. And when I refused, he slapped me, or he'd get hostile with me. And then the next day he'd apologize.
This happened once or more than once?
It happened several times.
Sorry.
To the point where I asked him to move out. I said, this isn't going to work. The kids were noticing, we're getting older, they were noticing the fighting and hearing things at night.
Did he move out at some point?
Yes, we talked about it, and, well, we fought about it, and we talked about it, and then he finally agreed to move out.
When was this, do you recall?
2016, I want to say, is the first time that he moved out.
How does it go from there? Did things get better, get worse, stay the same?
Stay the same, if not worse.
How so?
Well, he was still paying the bills, and, I was taking care of the kids. I was going to school pretty much full-time at this point, and he would just come and go when he pleased. He would come to get the mail. I would even make food for him. He would get what he needed. He was finding places to rent, like kind of in the neighborhood, 2 months at a time, 3 months at a time. We had some old neighbors. So they would let him use the house. So there was sort of these sort of setups.
Would you still see him during this time frame?
Yes.
So what year are we in now, 2016 or so?
Yeah, 2016, 2017.
Are there any instances of physical aggression that you recall during that time period between yourself and Michael?
Yeah, definitely.
Can you explain to the jury example specifics?
There was one time when, I can't remember the specific argument, and I'm sorry, this was more 2015. This is one of the reasons that I also asked him to move out, in addition to the other things that were happening. But there was a particular incident where he pushed me into a dresser, and I fell and cut my head on the corner. And he took me to the emergency room with the kids, and I remember lying to the kids about what happened, and also to the doctors in the emergency room.
Why would you do that?
First of all, I didn't want the kids to know, and secondly, to avoid any kind of legal issues for him.
What was the injury that you had from that?
It was a pretty deep cut in my head, and I had a mild concussion.
Were there any other instances of violence in this 2016, 2017, while he's out of the house?
Yes. There were quite a few. I remember once in public, he actually pushed me into a picnic table at a baseball game, and followed me home. And I remember I had put up the garage door, and I was standing in the garage, and I was doing some things, and he was very angry. He was yelling. We were having an argument, and he was in his car. And
Where are you guys? Are you at your own home?
yes, I'm sorry, we're at our own home.
Okay, and what happens?
I've got the garage door up, and I'm standing at the garage opening, and he's in his car, and he's just staring at me, and he's got that look again, this like dead eye look, where the point of no return type thing, and
Is this the same look that you had described from the incident in Indiana?
yes.
Is this a look that you would later see in
Yes.
January of 2019?
Yes.
Tell me more about the look and what you're experiencing as he has it and what it looks, just from your opinion, what you can see happening to him.
It's just like extreme rage and like I just describe it as a dead eye. He just locks in on me, and it doesn't look like he's, it's like a point of no return, like a snap kind of thing.
Are you able to talk to him when this is happening?
No.
Is this something that would go on for an extended period of time
Extended period of time meaning,
in the specific instance? So I don't mean over years, I mean in the event when it's happening. How long is this look that he's got going on?
I wouldn't say it's terribly long. It's not short, but it's enough to do some damage.
So what happens with the car that you were just explaining?
Well, he just accelerated, and I'm seeing him, and I'm looking at his face, and I can't believe that he's driving the car toward me, and he's going really fast, and there's no sign of him stopping, and he didn't stop, and I jumped into the bushes to avoid it.
Did you have any injuries from that?
Just scraped up, and he had pushed me into, that was the same day he pushed me into the picnic table, so nothing too bad.
And at this point, is he still away from the home, or has he come back in the home at this point?
Well, like I said, he's in and out, but I think at that particular time, he was out of the house. And I did go to the police on that one.
So in 2017, So can you see?
Yeah,
Is it on here?
oh, it's not on here, no.
You recall seeing this email during the state attorney's case in chief?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what's going on here? Is this authored by you?
Is it all?
you
Yes,
write the
I
email?
believe so. Yes, it was.
Talk to me about what's going on here. Where are you guys in the relationship? Why are you emailing this?
2017 May.
I believe that's how it was introduced in the state's case. Where were
This is
you
not the
guys in the
Mother's Day,
relationship
right?
during this time?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember which one this is. Oh, yeah, so this was much later, I think. This was 2019.
I think this occurred later.
Yes.
We'll get to this in a moment.
I don't remember at this point. I just need to know which one it was.
Was there ever infidelity in the relationship?
Yes.
When did you first become aware of that?
I guess it was 2019, I'm sorry, yes.
2019?
January, 2018, sorry.
What's happening? What are you aware of?
That my husband's talking to another woman. I guess he had gone on a couple little dates with her. They're flirting and interested in one another.
Was this a woman that you knew?
No, I
Is
didn't.
a stranger to you?
Yeah.
How do you find out?
Well, at this point, like I said, we were off and on separated. At this point, we were actually living together, but we had also agreed that when we were going to be apart, that we would get some therapy individually, and we both decided to start going to like Al-Anon meetings to try and help ourselves independently.
How do you find out about the woman?
So he's telling me when I'm going to my Al-Anon meetings to watch out because guys will be hitting on you a lot. And he keeps telling me this. And so it makes me wonder. So I start to wonder, well, what's he doing at the meetings? And so I looked in his emails, and sure enough, I found some conversations between the two of them.
When you see this, how do you react? What is your reaction? Your emotional
Well-
reaction to seeing this?
Well, this would be the first sign of infidelity in, I guess, 14 years at that point. So and we had been through so much, and of course I was hurt and betrayed at that point because we were still living together, and surprised.
Did you confront Michael about it?
Yes.
How does that go?
He says it's nothing, I don't have to, it's not something I should worry about. But of course we argue about it. So.
When you hear that response, how does that make you feel?
I felt like he was downplaying it, and he was sort of dismissing it, and not being completely honest. Because he didn't know how much I knew either.
Okay. Did you at any point meet the woman or speak with her?
One time.
How did that go?
Fine. It wasn't anything, we just had, she confirmed it. She actually approached me and said, you must.
Objection here, so Your Honor.
Don't tell me anything that she said. I'm sorry to speak over you, Judge.
Okay.
So without saying any words that another person said to you,
Okay.
did you approach the woman and speak to her about the situation with Michael?
I went to a meeting. She approached me.
After that, do you speak more with Michael about the situation?
Yes.
And what's the kind of agreement? Do you guys have an understanding at that point? What's the state of the relationship at that point?
At that point, we're living in the house together, and, I'm asking him to move out again. And again, he has these places that he finds to go. So I'm saying, please do that. And, but I told him, I said, if you do want to see her, if this is something you want to do, then certainly you can't be in the house doing it. And so a month or 2 months goes by, and I found out that he's still talking to her. So at that point, I had him look for another place to leave again.
Okay, so he's out of the house at that point. When are we talking? Early 2018, correct?
Yes. At that point, yes, it's,
All right, I'll get to you in a second. All right, I got to ask a question first. 43. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
We have Exhibit 43, deposit BG5. Mr. Redlick, there should be a few that I can press. Turn this on. You able to see on the screen?
yes,
In the blue down here, is this your handwriting?
yes,
And is this something you wrote in response to learning about what you just described?
yes.
This is the same exhibit, BG4. What we're seeing here is diary entries. Are these written by you as well?
Yes.
And is the date at the top here, 3/12/18, is that appear accurate?
Yep.
So this is the time frame where after you had found out about your husband and this woman,
Yes.
what actions do you take other than having him move out of the house?
I decided to file for divorce.
When did you do that? Do you recall?
I think it was like right around that time, like mid-March.
Why did you file for divorce at that point?
Well, I just felt like that was kind of the final straw, and it hadn't been going well, so,
It's kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
yes,
Did the divorce ever get finalized?
no,
So you never were actually divorced. You had initiated proceedings, but not ever completed it. Is that correct?
right.
Okay. Can you talk to that?
I
So
think,
what's going on to the point where we don't finalize the divorce? What's happening in this timeframe?
I think March was a pretty rough month for me. I had found out that I had some cysts on my ovaries, and I'd filed for divorce. And after that, Michael is, I'm told by my attorney,
We're not going to get into anything that somebody's told you,
okay,
but what's your understanding of what's going on? What's the effect that this kind of whirlwind of events is having on you?
I'm distraught at this point. It's hard going through a lot. And I don't think he was receiving the divorce papers. He was dodging the servings.
Did you ever assist in that?
Yes, I did. So I think it was late April after he moved out. I know I was upset because he was initially seemed to be excited about moving out again because he had met the girl, and I thought that maybe he was excited about that, and that was upsetting to me. And again, I had found out that I had
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
So you had said a moment ago that he was not receiving the paperwork for the divorce.
right.
Were there ever any scenarios where process server was attempting to serve him for the divorce and you assisted him in not having that completed?
Yes, and that's was late April when he came to me one day from the condo that he was staying at.
Okay, so what I'm asking here is if you can explain the
Yeah,
assistance in avoiding that, okay?
right.
All right, please continue.
So he comes to the house one day, and he was just picking up some things, and he was sitting there, and I asked him what was on his mind, and he said, he just looked at me and he said, I love my wife. And he said he didn't want to be with another woman. And the way he said it just softened me. And so we were affectionate, and we laid down together that day. And ironically, someone knocked at the door, and I looked at the window and I said, I think it's the divorce papers. And he just looked at me and he said, please don't. And so I sent her away.
The process server.
She knew he was there. She saw his car, and
Okay, I don't want you getting into someone
Right,
else's
I'm
mind,
sorry.
just what you observe and what you're able to say for yourself. Did you guys talk about reigniting the relationship at that point?
yes. And and then he said, the house, the
Objection
condo.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll sustain that.
Are you guys making efforts to
Yeah.
reignite the relationship? How so?
He said the condo is really great, and he wants to start taking me on.
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
During this time frame, in the spring 2018, were you still, without telling me anything anybody says, were you still communicating with your husband?
Yes.
When it comes to the separation, how do you observe him taking that? Again, I don't need you to tell me anything specifically that he's saying, but the reaction that you're observing.
He's not something he wants.
And how is that being communicated to you?
Through flowery emails, through his words.
Through conversations, through things you guys are speaking about?
Yes, I mean, there was a point where I know that he was reacting in anger at times, saying, you know, maybe we should separate, but for the most part,
Did you feel that he ever weaponized your divorce attempt against you in any way?
yes.
And how so?
Well, at the time, I wasn't paying the bills, and I really didn't have access to our money. I had a credit card, but he said that if I would follow through.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Judge, I don't think this is getting to the truth of the matter. I don't believe this is hearsay.
Come up and let
Hold on
me
just a
find
second,
out.
Charlotte.
That objection's overruled. You can answer the question, Ms. Redlick.
So, Ms. Redlick, what I had asked is how you felt that he was weaponizing your divorce filing against you.
Threatened to stop paying bills and take the house from me, and yeah, basically that.
How did this make you feel?
I wasn't super versed on the subject, so I believed him. I was worried about the house and the kids. And I thought he...
Objection, not responsible.
And there's no question right now. Mr. Parnell?
Is the communication with him all this rosy attempt that we've heard? Is it all bad, or is it kind of back and forth?
Say it again?
What I'm asking is, are we all good, all bad, somewhere in the middle right now? Is there open lines of communication?
At what point?
In the spring of 2018, so April, May 2018.
It's not all bad, but it's not all good, so it's both.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 59.
Yes. Yes,
Did you see it during the state's case in chief?
I did.
And you see the date up there at the top, May 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Is this an email?
Yes.
Can you speak to the jury about what's going on in your mind at this time? What's going on in your relationship? Why are we writing this email?
I remember this email was, May 14th is my mom's deceased mother's birthday. This was, I think, the weekend of Mother's Day. And not only was it an emotional but significant day for me, earlier that week I had found something that Michael had written that was quite disturbing to me. And this was at the time that we were supposedly doing better, where we were going on dates, and so he had come over to the house one day. I mean, I was going to his condo, and he was making me dinner, and we were sitting poolside and sort of trying to get along, and he was at the house one day, and...
Objection, non-responsive.
And I believe she's getting there.
I'm there.
It is,
The question was about what was in her mind, and now she's talking about something by a pool.
sustained. Mr. Parnell, you can lead the witness
Ms. Redlick,
to get her back on track.
Ms. Redlick, can you explain what's going on around, this is May 14th, 2018, what's going on with you and Michael at that time? And then I'll follow up with a future question about the email.
We were dating.
Well, how so? Is there any events particularly that you recall in your mind that stand out in regards to the relationship, emotions, fights, tensions that you're having with him at that point?
Any specifics, you're saying?
What I'm asking is, May 14th of 2018,
Yeah.
were you upset at your husband?
Yes, yes.
Was there an event that led to you being upset at your husband in May 14th?
Yeah, I thought I was trying to explain that, yes.
Well, I'm asking you now if you can explain
Okay,
that
I'm
to the jury,
sorry.
please.
I found one of his books that he left at the house, and I picked it up because I was cleaning up. It was an Alec Baldwin autobiography, and I'm a fan, so I just opened it, and a piece of paper fell out.
Was there something in the paper that gave a reaction to you?
Yes.
What was the reaction that you have upon seeing it?
I was disappointed and shocked.
Okay, and what's causing that?
The content of it.
Which is?
It was written by him. It was a speech of some sort, is what I gathered. And it was saying that he was newly divorced and single, and he hadn't been inside these walls in 4 years. And then he went on to say some things about his, you should be so lucky when you ruin a good woman that God will give you another one. And
How do you feel at this point? After reviewing that, what's your mindset?
I'm shook up by it because I was surprised that he was saying this when we were clearly trying to get on better. And
Is what you're seeing there matching the interactions that you're having with your husband?
no,
After observing that, after having this experience, did you speak with Michael about it? Did you confront him about what you had found?
yes, I asked him about it,
And is that what leads to this email exchange?
yes.
During the time when he's still out of the house, did you guys have any physical interactions? Any problematic physical, like you've described earlier,
When he was out of the house?
before he moved back in?
Before he moved back in when?
In 2018.
2018.
Did he ultimately move back into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Okay, so yes, early fall.
Of
Late fall,
2018?
Yeah.
Okay. Between the time frame that we're looking at, we just saw the email, May, and when he comes back in the home, how are things going at that point between you and him? What gets him back in the home?
Yeah, at that point, we were separated, and he comes to me, and our finances are suffering, I suppose. And I don't have access to the bank account, so I really don't know. But I believed him. He said he couldn't continue to rent, and, this was hurting us.
So did you discuss getting back together inside the home?
Well, yes, I agreed. We talked about, he proposed that we, get the house ready to sell it, and we can decide what we want to do at that point later, how the mayor, we're going to make it or not. And at that point, it was around the holidays, so I agreed because the kids were needing some reprieve, and I thought it would be good because it was the holiday.
So he did come back in the home.
Yes,
At that point, you said in the fall of 2018,
yes.
did you believe the relationship had a future or could potentially have a future?
Not really.
Based on the interactions that you're having with him, did you get the impression that he believed that?
Yes.
How is that manifesting itself? So what actions are being taken to make you believe that he's still wanting to be in the relationship?
Well, first of all, we're both being amicable, and he's, there were still some incidences, but just what he was telling me.
Okay. When it comes to physicality at this point, so in the fall of 2018, are you still experiencing any of the grabbing, aggression, things that you had described earlier?
Yes, but they're not hostile. We talked about it, so it's kind of going with the flow.
How about the sexual aggression that you had described earlier? Does that at any point show its head again?
Yeah, that continues for the most part, but the hostility has tapered off because we talked about it. So I was kind of going with the flow.
How is this making you feel about where things stand in the fall of 2018?
Well, before he moved back in, I had just finished my degree and I had started applying to various jobs. And I had joined some social networks, some friends networks, professional networks, and dating sites. So,
When was the first time that you had visited a dating website?
probably that summer.
2018?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2018.
Is this when you guys were separated?
Yes. I think I had flirted with one before, looked at one before, but I didn't join any.
It's the first time you actually made any
Yes.
action on any of the sites? Did you meet up with anybody?
No, not physically.
When your husband's back in the home, are you noticing anything with
Yes.
are you aware of him still taking the testosterone treatments
Yes.
and the injections?
Yes.
Is that having the same sort of effect that you had seen earlier? How is that manifesting itself? Or at least at the times when he's taking these treatments, how are you noticing his behavior towards you?
He was still aggressive, but I think he was healthier physically, so basically I just noticed the same sort of anxiety and mood swings at times.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as defense E. Can you look at this and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah.
It's a composite. Can you look through to see if you recognize the subsequent photographs as well?
Yes.
How do you recognize these items?
They were in our home, and I've seen him taking them.
And what are these?
Various supplements and his injections.
Are these things that you have, are these part of what you were just describing as supplements and treatments that he would take that you would then notice an effect in his behavior?
Yes.
And was that going on through the fall of 2018
Yes.
and previously?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move to enter defense E into evidence as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection, State?
No objection, Your Honor.
E will be admitted as the defense next numbered exhibit.
Defense Exhibit 2.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Redlick, you're not a scientist. You can't say what the physiological effect of any of any of this is. This is just,
Yes.
and these are things that stay in your home.
Yes.
Was Michael working out during this time, going to the gym?
Yes.
How was his physical condition at this time in the fall of 2018?
Way better than it had been in a long time.
Remember how tall your husband was?
He was close to 6'2", 6'1", 6'2".
How about alcohol?
Yeah.
Is he drinking during this time in the fall?
Yes.
What effects are you seeing on that in terms of how it relates to you? So what you're observing, how he treats you, things like that in relation to alcohol use.
Well, I mean, we would sometimes argue when he drank more.
Were you and your husband intimate during this time period?
Yes,
Often, once? How was that?
I would say a few times.
How was your mindset during those times in relation to the continuation of the relationship?
I was trying to keep the peace, and I had, wanted to give the kids a good holiday, and just wanted to maintain.
All right, so as we're approaching the holidays, 2018, Michael's back in the home. Are the kids in the home in the fall?
Yes.
The state attorney had introduced, or had spoken about on their case in chief, the Meet Mindful app. What can you tell us about that? When did you join that?
This was early December.
When you joined the app, did you ever meet up with anybody?
No,
Did you tell your husband, was your husband aware from you that you were using the app?
he was not.
As we go through the holidays, we've seen an email from the state attorney of December 2018. Exhibit 58. So, do you recognize this
Yes,
email?
yes,
So we have December 14th, 2018. Is this something you would alter?
yes.
Can you explain to the jury what's going on at this point and why you would write this?
I think we're both, I think the relationship had deteriorated trust-wise and integrity-wise so much that we're both kind of living in a state of fear. And I was being hypocritical in that email, I suppose, because I was on dating sites. But I was also checking up on him and, in the back of my mind thinking, is this marriage going to continue? And trying to get his position. And so I came across this name Corrigan, and I know that he was,
Looking at the email specifically that you're seeing here,
yes,
is what you see at the top, you're writing a response to what you've seen in the email?
yes,
Okay, so you see the name and the parties that are mentioned in the email.
yes.
What effect does that have on you?
I wasn't, mistrust of my husband,
Okay, so what you were about to explain a moment ago, you see the name Corrigan?
yes.
What does that mean to you?
He was married to a woman named Kim Corrigan. at one point.
Okay. How do you respond?
How do I respond?
Right, I'm asking is when you find that.
Oh, how did he respond?
When you find the email with the name of Gordon on there, how do you respond?
Well, I immediately think it's her. And I thought, he and I had a conversation about her before, and I heard she was divorced. And so I thought this was something related to that.
So when you're seeing this email and responding, confronting him with the email, it's your belief that he is broken your trust by speaking with a former wife?
Yes.
Is that something that you had talked about recently? I don't mean recently right now, I mean recently prior to December of 2018.
Yes.
Is that a specific topic that you had spoken about with Michael?
Yes.
And so, seeing the email here with that name, did that feel like a particularly heinous betrayal of you?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Yeah, I felt like it was extremely dishonest, but
Was there more to that interaction, to that topic between you and Michael, or was that kind of how it ended up?
it pretty much ended there. It was a brief conversation about it.
So that's before Christmas. We go into the holidays, into the new year. And then we get to January. And then we ultimately get to January 11th. Or January 10th.
Yes.
Day. How does your morning start?
Michael took the day off of work, and we had decided we were going to run some errands and do some after holiday returns.
So, were you in a good spot that week leading into Thursday?
Yes.
How's the morning start after you do the return, or I guess that morning? Do the kids go to school?
Get the kids off to school, and he goes to run a couple of quick errands, and I get in the shower and get ready.
When you get out of the shower, what do you come to find?
Michael's in the bedroom, our master bedroom, and he's sitting across from me.
Can I approach witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing the witness what's marked as defense identification F. So look through these, tell me if you recognize those.
Yes.
How do you recognize these photos?
These are photos of our home.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of your home on January 10th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce defense F as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense F is admitted as the next numbered exhibit for the defense.
Defense Exhibit 3.
Ms. Redlick, what is this room?
That's our master bedroom.
This is your master bedroom,
Yes.
attached to your master bathroom.
Yes.
You come out of the shower, what do you see?
My husband's sitting in the chair across.
Is this the chair on the left by the door?
Yes.
Okay. What's his demeanor when you see him? What's he look like?
Upset.
What happens next?
I asked him what was wrong, and he said, I don't know, why don't we ask Caesar?
Caesar. Who is Caesar?
It's a guy that I had given my number to that I had met online, and talking to him, texting.
So when you hear what your husband has said, what does that signify to you?
That he must have looked in my phone.
Your husband says, I don't know, why don't we ask Caesar? What happens next? How do you respond?
Well, I said, you must have looked in my phone. And he had the phone in his hand, and he just held it up.
He had the phone in his hand? Okay. Do you know what, without telling me what they said, do you know what the texts were pertaining to?
Yes.
When Michael shows you the phone, how does it go from there?
He says, I just have one question. You know, are you sleeping with him? But he used profanity.
Okay. What did he, if you're going to tell us what he said, please quote him so that we know the words
Are you
used.
fucking him?
He said, are you fucking him?
Yes.
When he says that, what's your response?
I said, no, it's not like that. I just met him a couple months ago. We've just been texting.
Had you ever met this person in person?
No.
Do you recall what the substance of the text was?
Yes.
What was the substance?
He was inviting me to a Florida Cup soccer game.
A soccer game?
Yes. Among other texts.
And what else?
He'd sent me a picture of himself from his jiu-jitsu studio. He was an instructor.
So Michael's found it. He's confronted you about it. What happens next?
He jumps up from his chair and he starts walking over to me and immediately starts yelling.
What's he saying at that point?
He's saying, it's not like that, it's not like that. What do you mean? And he's in my face and I'm just turning my head with my eyes closed, letting him yell. And he starts referencing the texts.
Where are you? Are you still in the bedroom or somewhere else?
I'm in the bedroom next to my dresser, kind of backed up against my dresser.
How does it progress from there?
Well, he's yelling, and I just let him yell, and he picks up a book next to off the dresser, and he throws it into the wall. And so I just put my hands up, and I walked over to my closet, and
Is there any physical confrontation at that point?
no. Well, I was trying to get dressed in my closet. I had a robe on, so I was trying to put some pants on, and he did come in the closet and cornered me. I fell into the wall, but he didn't touch me at that point.
What's his demeanor at that point in the closet?
Extremely angry.
What's the next stage?
Well, I really couldn't argue with him because I knew he was mad and hurt, so I just said, you know, we can talk about this, but you're gonna have to calm down. That wasn't happening, so I said, well, I'm gonna give you some time, and I grabbed my bags, and I was just gonna go do what I was gonna do earlier.
You're going to go with your errands for the day.
Yeah,
Do you begin to do that?
I did.
When you leave to go do that, what happens?
He says, where are you going? Get back here, I'm not done with you. What are you gonna go meet Loverboy? And he said, I gotta see this. And I walked out, and he followed me.
Do you get in your vehicle?
Yes.
Where do you go?
I went to DSW, shoe warehouse in Winter Park. And I went inside and made an exchange, and I came out, and he was parked near my car.
He meaning your husband.
Yes.
When you see your husband in the parking area, how's his demeanor there?
I can see him, he looks like he's seething, he's just staring at me.
Do you have an interaction with him?
No.
What do you do next?
Just kind of nod, and I get in my car, and I drive to the next place over on Park Avenue.
What's the next place?
I was going to go to the Gap.
When you get it, are you with anybody else or is it just you?
Just me.
When you get to the Gap, do you see anything?
I just see him pull into the same parking lot that I did, and when I get into the Gap, I just do what I need to do.
So what are you doing? You're shopping?
I'm doing an exchange or
Returns.
Yeah.
Okay. And does Michael come into the store?
Yes.
What happens at that point?
He comes storming over to the cash wrap and he's staring at me, and I look at him, and when I look at him, he says, "You're an effing piece of work." And then he repeats it. "Did you hear me? You're a piece of work." So I was embarrassed and I left the store.
What do you do at this point?
Followed me out and just was like following me down the street, like right, screaming in my ear. He was pushing me with his finger in my back and my shoulder.
Where do you go?
I was heading toward my car.
And does he follow you to the vehicle?
Yes.
Does he get in your car? Or do you get in your car?
I do, but I mean, yes, he was yelling and saying things. I finally got in the car.
Is there any physicality out on the streets?
Just shoving with his finger.
The poking with the finger that you
Yeah.
had just mentioned? Okay. So other than that, nothing further at that point?
No.
So you get into your vehicle, what does he do? Michael?
He stands outside my driver's side for, I don't know, 30 seconds to a minute, just
Okay.
staring at me.
And then what?
Then he goes back to his car, and we're both just sitting in our cars.
Did you leave at that point?
No.
Did he?
No.
So what are you doing in the car?
So then I decide that I'm going to try and reason with him. I can see that he's really angry. So I call him, and he answers. And
What's his demeanor when you speak to him?
first he's kind of talking low and sort of disturbing, and then he gets louder,
When you hear him, what is your mindset?
worried, getting nervous,
Why?
the things that he was saying, and just, I could tell that his anger level was rising.
So what's he saying at that point?
He said, he started off saying, like, little Miss Holier Than Thou has a boyfriend. Now she's not going to have a husband or a life. And then he said, and he's a Puerto Rican too, just like your Puerto Rican stepfather, the loser that I found you, where I found you.
Were you able to actually have a conversation with him about anything substantive, or was it just kind of the
Just
mocking tone you
that
described?
stuff, yeah.
At this point, while you're in the parking lot, do you hang up the phone?
Yep.
Does he call you back?
Yes, but I had received a call. I had been trying to get an appointment with a doctor. And they had called me right at that moment, and I answered it.
So do you answer the phone from Michael when he calls?
No.
Is that the only time he called right then, or did he call again?
Called again, I think, yeah,
Was it in the same time frame?
yes.
When you don't answer the phone, did he leave you a voicemail?
Yes,
Did you listen to the voicemails?
yes.
Was this one or multiple?
He was 2,
Were those both in that same time frame?
yeah.
Approaching the witness, Your Honor, I have defense C as in Charlie and D as in Delta. Approach the witness.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Redlick, I'm handing you defense C. You open that. You recognize what it contains.
USB marked A.
And how do you recognize that?
It's a,
Is Is that the voicemail that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Showing you defense D for identification. How do you recognize it?
It's a voice, we listened to prior to trial.
Is that the second voicemail that you just described?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would seek to move defense C and D into evidence as the next numbered exhibits.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
C and D are admitted as the next numbered exhibits.
Permission to publish?
C is Defense Exhibit 4, D is Defense Exhibit 5.
Yes, you can publish.
Very short. Can't hear you. Please let the court know.
Mr. Barnett, would you like me to publish?
Really love doing this to me. Sleeping with me, and then touching them immediately, calling them, whatever you were doing, however you were communicating. Laughing behind my back. Yeah, Mike, you don't even know I'm really fucking you now. You must have really enjoyed that, didn't you? And don't tell me anymore, oh, you remember who Dan was. You are who Dan is. Your record is what your record says you are. You are Dan, and that's who you've always been. A person that would do something like that.
It's Exhibit 4 and then Exhibit 5. Yes.
You must have really gotten a great laugh out of it the other night. Oh, I think I'm going to start studying jiu-jitsu. Yeah, right. You must have just been howling inside through all this, the hurt, and reveling in what you were doing to me. I'm going to take jiu-jitsu classes. I'm going home. I really appreciate it if you check into a hotel.
Ms. Redlick, what's the relevance to the jujitsu comment?
Objection, speculation.
Mr. Cornell?
She wouldn't know the answer to this. It's not speculating.
If she knows it and has personal knowledge, it's not speculation, I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Redlick, you can answer.
Redlick, do you know the basis for the jujitsu comment?
Just said he had read it in the text.
From?
Caesar.
The text from Caesar?
Yes,
Okay. Did the text reference jujitsu?
yes,
Is that what his employment was?
yes.
So you've heard these voicemails. What happens next? Do you leave immediately? You
No.
converse with him? What? And where do you go?
Before I go home, I actually text him, tell him I was coming home.
You actually speak with him?
No,
Just a text?
yeah.
When you go home, is anyone else? Situation when you arrive?
He immediately approaches me and says, you know, did you catch up with your boyfriend? And
What happens next?
he's just badgering me a little bit about that, and I tell him that I have a phone interview to do, and he grabs my phone from me and walks out the front door. And at that point, my daughter pulls up, and when he looks at her, I grab my phone back and walk in the house, and he leaves.
Okay. Does he leave the home or just leave where
Leaves
you're
the
staying?
house.
He leaves the home at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. How does the rest of the afternoon play out?
So I have a phone interview that's important to me, so I set up in the kitchen for that and proceed to go into that. And about 10 minutes into that, he comes back into the house.
Your husband?
Yes.
Okay. What happens when your husband comes back?
He sees me at the table on the phone, and he starts yelling, she's a liar, don't hire her, she's lying, bitch. I don't want the person to hear, so I get up and I walk out the front door and get into my car to try and finish the interview there.
What do you do at that point?
I lock the car and I continue to talk.
What's your husband doing?
He comes out the front door, comes over to the driver's side door and starts banging on the door and starts repeating the same things.
So what do you do then?
I ask the person if I can call him back, and I just drive off to Azalea Park, which is in the neighborhood, and I continue the interview there.
After you do the interview, what do you do?
I was sitting here thinking, and I thought, well, this has been going on all day. You know, the kids are going to need dinner, and Sawyer has a function later that evening. So I call my husband at that point to see if I can get him to be calmer, ready to talk.
Okay. And is he willing to do so?
No.
So what do you do from there?
So then I say, well, the kids have to eat. I can come home and I can get Sawyer ready for his show later. Can you pick up dinner? And he said, no, you need to get your ass home and take care of it.
Hearing that, how does that affect you?
Not happy about it. I'm upset because I'm trying to get him to talk to me. So I'm definitely willing to talk at that point. And then I'm worried how the rest of the evening's going to go, especially with the kids home.
So what do you do next?
So I touch base with both children. I ask them what they want for dinner. One says Chick-fil-A, one says pizza. And I decide to go pick up a pizza because it might take a little more time. And I ordered pizza, I'm waiting in the pizza place, and I text my husband, and I said, "Do you want something to eat?" And he says no, and he says, "I need to get home to take Sawyer." And I asked him if he could please take him, but I was on my way home. And so then I went home with the pizza.
So you've got the food, you're coming home. What happens?
I go into the house, and Mike and Sawyer are not there, and my daughter is, so we are in the kitchen at the island, standing up, eating some pizza.
What next?
Then Michael and my son come in, and both kids go to their rooms, and I'm going to fix Sawyer a plate at that point, and my husband goes over to the freezer and pulls out his vodka and pours a cup of vodka and takes a couple really big swigs.
What's his demeanor at that time when you see him?
Cocky, staring at me, and drinking.
Is he saying anything to you?
He said, he grabbed the glass that was in front of me and said, "Why don't you join me?" and poured a little vodka in it, and then kind of recklessly tossed it at me.
Did you join him? Did you drink any?
No, the glass fell and broke onto the ground.
How does it go from there? What's next?
I'm trying to pick up the glass. He grabs my arm. And then my son comes in the kitchen. He's wanting to eat, so he stops. And I just decide to leave at that point because, I was afraid of where that was going.
Yeah, so where do you go? What do you do?
I just go to Publix, walk around.
Why are you getting out of the home at this point?
Just trying to avoid the situation, his anger, and confrontations in front of the kids, and then,
Yeah. Do you decide to come home at some point in that night?
Yes.
What leads to you deciding to come home?
So I'm walking around Publix, and at one point I notice a text from my son, and he says, "Mom, they're yelling, they're cursing, Dad's drunk, I'm scared."
What effect does this have on you?
I'm worried. I'm thinking, oh no. I don't know if I should go home, but now I'm worried about the kids, and I'm worried about Jaden because I'm assuming he's referring to her.
You're assuming that your son is referring to your daughter
Yes,
and your husband.
yes, that.
So you go home. What's the scene as you arrive?
Well, actually, before I go home,
Okay, so what happens before you go home?
Jaden calls me, and she's upset, and she said she needs to get out of there, so I'm listening to her as I'm walking out, and I said, "I'm on my way home then." And we hang up. When I get to a red light, I'm texting her about the situation, just apologizing about what's going on. And then I arrive at the house.
When you arrive at the house, what's the situation as you find it?
Well, I just go into the front door, and I don't see anyone, and so I cautiously slip into the master bedroom, and I don't want Mike to see me, because I'm afraid that if he does, he'll still be angry. And so I text my daughter and say, "Are you in your room?" And she responds.
At this point, are you interacting with Michael at all?
No,
Do you observe, or do you hear him, or are you aware of him in the home?
yes.
What's he doing that you're aware of?
At that point, I can hear him. He's yelling with my daughter. And then he actually, I guess he realizes I'm in the house and comes over to the master bedroom.
What's the first sight that you have of Michael as he comes to you?
Charging at me. He's red. He looks hyper, and he looks buzzed.
When you say buzzed, what do you mean?
He had been drinking.
And had you observed him drinking before you had left previously?
Yes.
What was he drinking?
Vodka.
So when you see him and he approaches you, is he saying anything?
Yes.
What's that?
He's like, "Oh, there you are. What are you doing on your phone?" And he tries to grab for the phone. He doesn't get it, and then he grabs me and he slams me up against the wall
Where is this?
in our master bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
So I immediately run into the bathroom, and
Why do you run to the bathroom?
so at that point he's putting his hands on me and he's scaring me, and I can tell he's drunk and he's amped up and he's just screaming in my face. He's basically threatening me, and so I ran into the bathroom.
Are you scared at that point of further physical attacks against you?
Yeah, definitely.
When you go in the bathroom, what happens next?
I lock the door, and he starts banging on the door. Who are you talking to? And he starts kicking the door.
What happens at that point?
I get scared and go into the toilet closet and lock that door. And I hear the door bust open.
First witness. Showing the witness defense, Bravo B for identification. You recognize this?
Yes.
What do you see here?
It's our broken bathroom door.
How do you recognize it? I guess is the way I should phrase this.
It's our home.
Is it a photograph?
Yes.
Is it a photograph of the bathroom door?
Yes.
Is that the condition that it was in prior to the incident that you just described?
No.
Is this photograph depict a fair and accurate depiction of what the door looked like after the incident you just described?
Yes.
Permission to publish defense identification B as the next number exhibit.
You want to admit that exhibit?
How did I say publish? I'm sorry, I didn't say that.
Any objection, State?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
B is admitted as the next numbered exhibit for the defense.
Defense Exhibit 6.
I publish.
Yes.
Ms. Redlick, we see this broken door frame here. Is this the result of what you just described?
Yes.
So this door was in proper condition prior to the night of January 10th?
Yes.
And what we see here with the broken frame, is that coming from this same?
Yes.
So when this door breaks, you go, what do you do?
I'm nervous, and I text my daughter inside the bathroom.
So what is your emotional state at this point? What are you experiencing?
I'm distressed, I'm nervous, and fearful.
What is your concern? You say you're fearful. What are you fearful of?
That the situation has escalated to the point where, my husband's so angry, and he doesn't want any more physical confrontations. Felt like he was coming after me, essentially, and I was worried for the kids being in the middle of all that.
So what happens then? Does he come into the bathroom?
Yes. And
What happens?
he's just yelling and he's banging on that door, and I'm afraid he's going to break that door.
Okay.
So I'm thinking to myself, all right, I got to go. Time to go. Got to get out of here. I'm even thinking maybe I will get a hotel at this point. And I text my daughter, and I tell her I got to go. He's being violent. And she said she had wanted to leave, so I said, you can come with me.
What about your son, Sawyer?
Sawyer is, I don't know if he's oblivious. He's on his iPad. He's somewhere in the house. I believe he was in his bedroom.
Did your daughter and your husband have any interaction that you observed?
Yes. At that point, she came in, I heard her voice come close, and she distracted him from pounding on the door. And then I heard conversation between two of them yelling.
What do you do?
Well, after I guess he walked away, I snuck out of the bathroom and ran out to the car and got the car running.
Does anyone go with you?
No, I'm waiting on my daughter at that point.
Do you get in the vehicle?
Yes,
Does anyone ultimately join you in the vehicle?
my daughter.
Where do you take her?
She said she wanted to leave. Then I take her to her friend's house.
What about Sawyer? Does he leave with you?
No.
So you take your daughter to her friend's house. What next? What do you do then? Do you go home?
No. I think I'd told my son to tell me. Actually, I just sit on a side street and wait. And I was talking with my daughter and both my son.
You don't go home. You go to a street and park the vehicle,
Yes,
and you're speaking with both of your children through the phone?
yes.
Why not go home? What are you doing in the vehicle?
Waiting it out. I'm not going to go back into that situation because I could tell that my husband was in no condition, having been drinking and in a rage like that,
Do you ultimately go home that night?
ultimately.
What gets you to the point where you're willing to go home?
I checked on my son and I asked him if his dad, I basically told my son to let me know when your dad passes out. And when the coast was clear, so that I could go home.
Are you speaking with your son to have an update on what the situation is while you're on the street?
Yes,
And is that occurring?
yes.
At some point, do you know how long you're there?
Over an hour, I think.
At some point, do you actually go home?
I do.
And why? What is your belief of the circumstances at the time that makes you go home?
That he was sleeping, and then I'd be able to sneak into the house.
He meaning Michael?
Yes,
Okay. And how are you getting this information?
my son.
So you arrive home, and do you see anything when you get to the house?
Yeah, Michael's sleeping on the couch.
What do you do?
I just kiss my son goodnight, and I go upstairs to our loft bedroom.
Where is your son?
He's in his bedroom.
So you go upstairs to your loft bedroom.
Like a spare bedroom.
Approach witness.
Yes.
Defense Exhibit Defense Exhibit 3. Photograph F9. What is this?
That's the stairs to the loft.
This is where you go. Same exhibit F8. What's this?
That's the loft.
F7. What's this?
That's the loft.
So this is where you go that night?
Yes.
First witness.
Yes.
Ms. Redlick, I'm handing you Defense G for identification. Without telling me the substance on anything, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What do you recognize it as?
Texts.
Text between who?
My daughter and myself.
What's the date
The date, January 10th,
of?
2019.
These a fair, have you seen these before?
Yes.
Are these a fair and accurate depiction of the communications from that night between yourself and your daughter?
Yes.
Handing the witness defense identification H. Ms. Redlick, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Again, same thing, don't tell me the substance, but what do you recognize this as?
Text between my son and myself,
From what day?
January 10th.
Does this a, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text as you
Yes.
made them? And it's time we would seek to move into evidence defense G and H. Did the state have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, can we approach?
Excuse you to the jury room so that you can have your afternoon break. The deputy will escort you out, and as soon as I'm finished in here, I'll call you back in. No, because I'm going to ask Bree if she's on break. Congratulations. Mr. Parnell, you can continue.
And Judge, at this time, the defense would seek to move identification G and identification H into evidence.
Any objection on G and H from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so G and H will be admitted as the next numbered exhibits.
Defense G will be Defense Exhibit 7. Defense H will be Defense Exhibit 8.
Any other permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Prior to publishing, would the court mind reading the redacted document instruction?
Yes, members of the jury, you are about to view a document. I instruct you that the document has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the document has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir.
Dim the lights a little bit to make sure that this.
Sure. Can you make that bigger?
Ms. Redlick, are these the texts that you sent them on January 10th?
It's one of them, yes.
And what you described earlier on examination, is this a text you sent to your daughter?
Yes.
Are these as well? It's the ongoing text conversation you're having with your daughter
Yes.
as you wait to arrive?
Yes.
So I think we'll do it this way. Because of the reading, difficulty in seeing the exhibit, and ask you to read.
Okay.
You can read these
Are you okay out there?
into the next page. So who is that from?
That's from me to my daughter.
Okay.
I can barely see him.
You can continue.
I know, I have my contacts in and it's hard to see up close, so I can barely see him. I know you hate this. I'm so sorry. It's been so terrible, ugly. I can't live with myself, but I believe this is the worst of it. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble seeing it. And I know it can be better, if not with him and as a family who's been torn to shreds and back.
And the next.
And he loves you, and it's just different in handling of feelings, and I'm no better. You have awful emotional crisis and conflict handling role models.
Okay. How does the conversation continue from there?
Use it as what not to do. Keep reading.
Please.
In your own life, as you can be so lucky, and you are. It's hard for me to see. I'm sorry.
And our permission to read into the record myself.
Yes, that's fine. Any objection to that, Mr. Wade?
No, Your Honor.
From user Danielle, are you in your room? 8:09 p.m. From user JD, yes, 8:09 p.m. From user JD, not anymore, he just came in, 8:09 p.m. From user Danielle, stay in your room, do not engage, 3 exclamation points. 8:20 p.m. From user JD, he's in my room. 8:20 p.m. From user Danielle, I think I'm going to leave. You can come with me. 8:23 p.m. From user JD, where are you going? What about Sawyer? 8:23 p.m. From user Danielle, I need to get out of here. He's being violent. 8:23 p.m. From user JD, I love you so much. Mom, are you okay? 8:23 p.m. From user Danielle, I think Soy will be okay, but I can take him too. I just need to get him away so I can go. 8:24 p.m. From user JD, where are we going? 8:25 p.m. From user JD, do you want me to pack a bag for Sawyer? 8:25 p.m. From user Danielle, IDK, maybe to get dessert or something. I think he will pass out at some point. 8:26 p.m. From user JD, I flushed a lot of it down the toilet, but don't be mad at me. 8:27 p.m. From user JD, he doesn't know. 8:27 p.m. From user JD, there is only a little bit left now. 8:27 p.m. From user Danielle, okay, cool. I'm sitting in the car on Alabama, watching a gray cat cross the road a million times. I think it is feline OCD, LOL. 9:15 p.m. Ms. Redlick, Soy, is that what you call your son, Sawyer?
Yeah, sometimes.
And when you reference Alabama in that text, what is that?
It's a side street in our neighborhood.
Next exhibit. From user Soyboy178 at iCloud. Where are you? 4:54 p.m. From user Soyboy. I think my show is at 6. 4:54 p.m. From user Danielle. I won't. I'm sitting in a parking lot. I just finished up my phone call with ITA. 5:00 p.m. From user Danielle. You will make it to your show. What would you like for dinner? 5:00 p.m. From user Soyboy. Chick-fil-A. 5:00 p.m. User Danielle, why don't you tell Jade to let you borrow her phone to call me? 5:01 p.m. User Soyboy, okay. 5:01 p.m. User Soyboy, Mom, they're yelling so much. 7:38 p.m. User Soyboy, please help me. 7:38 p.m. User Soyboy, he's drunk. They're screaming curse words. 7:39 p.m. User Soyboy, I'm okay right now. 8:54 p.m. User Soyboy, nothing's happened. 8:54 p.m. User Danielle, is asleep yet? 9:20 p.m. User Danielle, him. (9:22 p.m.) User Soyboy, okay. User Soyboy, I've been chilling with Leo. User Danielle, 9:22 p.m. User Danielle, turn off lights around house and brush. 9:22 p.m. User Soyboy, okay. 9:22 p.m. User Danielle, I just dropped Jade at Curran's. 9:23 p.m. User Soyboy, okay. 9:23 p.m. User Danielle, I'm sitting in Alabama in the car. 9:23 p.m. User Soyboy, I'm going to go do it. 9:23 p.m. User Danielle, on. 9:23 p.m. User Danielle, okay. 9:23 p.m. User Soyboy, the TV is on though. 9:23 p.m. User Soy Boy, I'ma keep it on, 9:23 p.m. User Soy Boy, just in case, 9:23 p.m. User Danielle, it's okay, yeah, 9:24 p.m. User Danielle, you shouldn't sleep by me in case he gets up, okay? 9:24 p.m. User Danielle, I will go upstairs when I come in and we be very quiet. Sorry about all this mess. 9:25 p.m. User Soy Boy, okay. User Soy Boy, 9:26 p.m. User Soy Boy, I'ma go do the lights, 9:26 p.m. User Soy Boy, and wind down, 9:26 p.m. User Danielle, yeah, okay, 9:26 p.m. User Soy Boy, I can't turn off, 9:27 p.m. User Soy Boy, the front light because he's there, 9:27 p.m. Soy Boy, snoring, 9:27 p.m. Soy Boy, he will notice, 9:28 p.m. Soy Boy, going in bed now, see ya, 9:28 p.m. User Danielle, all right, I'll wait a bit. Can you open garage so I come in that way? Please, sorry, babe. 9:29 p.m. Soy Boy, I'll try, 9:30 p.m. Soy Boy, he might notice, 9:30 p.m. Soy Boy, did it, 9:31 p.m. Soy Boy, Leo barked like crazy, 9:31 p.m. Soy Boy, he's up, 9:32 p.m. User Danielle, THX OH, 9:32 p.m. Soy Boy, he heard, 9:32 p.m. Soy Boy, it's okay, 9:32 p.m. Soy Boy, I think he's falling back, 9:32 p.m. Soy Boy, GTG, see ya, 9:32 p.m. So, Ms. Redlick, when you're having that text exchange, what is that putting in your mind about the situation as it stands?
That it's not good, that, I'm not comfortable even going back into the home, so fearful.
So this is the conversation that's occurring as you're sneaking back into your own home?
Yes.
As you go into the home, you had described a moment ago that you go upstairs and you go to sleep in the loft.
Yes.
Is that the extent, are there any interactions with your husband when you make it home that night?
No.
We're going to get into January 11th in just a moment. Prior to that, were there any physical encounters in 2018 that we did not speak about where you were left with any injuries that you recall?
2018. Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury? What was the injury that you obtained
I had a
from your husband?
black eye.
How did that occur?
I was in my master bedroom and I was doing some yoga. You can see we have a spacious bedroom, and he came in one day and he was standing in the doorway and he was making comments and comes over to me and he starts grabbing at me and I'm pushing him away because he's starting to hurt me, and he gets frustrated and angry and hits me with the back of his hand and hit me in the face when I was struggling. He was trying to take my pants off and I was struggling to get away from him. His hand, he hit me, the back of his hand.
Did you respond?
I started crying and sort of de-escalated things.
Was this at a time when he was living in the home, or was this while he was living elsewhere?
He wasn't living there.
Do you remember the month?
I think it might have been like that spring, or might have been in May.
Do you know if anybody observed that black eye?
I think a couple neighbors saw it and a friend.
Okay.
A friend.
Did you ever explain how that injury occurred to anybody?
No. Just once again, it's not something something you just sort of push under the rug.
All right, so Ms. Redlick, I'm going to ask you about the events of January 11th, 2019, okay? Is your husband at the house?
Yes,
So what's going on? Are you still in the loft area?
yes,
Do you have any interaction with him that morning?
yes, briefly.
How was he acting towards you at that point?
Well, he can't find me. He sees my car out front, and he gets my son up and for school, and I can hear him yelling, "Where's your mother? Where's your mother?" And he's walking around the house looking for me, and he comes up to the loft.
Did he ultimately find you in the loft?
Yes.
Okay, what's the interaction there?
He just sees me. He's already, dressed and ready for work, pretty much, and he says, "I'll be back. I'm not done with you." And that was basically it.
What do you take that to mean?
That he was still mad, and "I'm not done with you." I'm not sure what that meant, other than what had been occurring
During the morning, do you have any interactions with your husband?
during.
During the morning on January 11th, do you see him again?
No.
Okay. What are you doing that morning? Just a brief summary.
Before our cleaning ladies came in. I got Sawyer ready for school. I know that Sawyer was upset. He had cut his foot on some glass that was still left over from the night before. And so I had made some plans to just be out doing some errands and appointments while they cleaned the house.
Okay. And did you go do those?
Yes.
Any interactions with Michael while you're doing those errands?
Yes. Text messages.
So nothing in person?
No.
What's the tone of the text messages between yourself and Michael that morning?
He's accusing me of having lunch with my boyfriend, and, am I enjoying myself? What am I doing?
So what's the tone? Is it
Sarcastic?
some of what we saw the day before?
Yes.
When do you come back home approximately?
About 2 o'clock that afternoon.
When you come home, is anybody with you?
My daughter.
Had you picked her up from school?
Yes.
When you arrive home with your daughter, is anyone at the house?
Yes.
Who?
The cleaning ladies and my husband.
What happens when you get home?
Walk in the front door. My husband's sitting on the white couch in the front room, and he says, "You better have a good excuse or lie as to where you've been."
What do you take that to be?
What do I take it to be?
Right.
A sarcastic, snide comment
How does that make you feel hearing this comment from him?
that we're still not getting to a point where we can speak civilly.
And was this comment with your daughter around, or is she elsewhere at this point?
She was there.
What happens next?
I said I'm not going to do this again today, especially with the cleaning ladies here and Jade, so I left.
Where did you go?
I had dropped our dog Leo off at Petco that morning to be groomed, and I was just kind of hanging out waiting for him to be done.
And did you come back to the home at some point?
Yes.
When you arrive back at the home, what's the scene?
He's not there.
He meaning Michael?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
My husband's not there. My daughter had texted me and asked me if she could go to her friend's house. I told her she could go. And she said, "By the way, Dad's not home," so I got the dog and went home at that point.
Okay. When you arrive home, is anybody there?
And he's not there. Nobody's there.
Okay, so what are you doing?
Then my son comes home.
Okay, and what's the plan for the night for your son?
He has a football game at 8 o'clock.
And is your husband a coach on the team?
He's one of them, yes.
So your son has arrived home. What are you doing at that point?
I'm starting to get some things ready for his uniform, looking for his uniform and things. And then I had been out all day, so I hadn't showered, so I decided to take a shower at that point.
Okay. When you're in the shower, does anything occur?
Yes, my husband comes into the house and into the bathroom.
What occurs at that point?
He pulls out his phone and he tells me, I don't know if he's actually doing it, that he's videotaping me, or recording me rather. And he says, I'm going to send this to you, let me get one last look at you, I'm going to send this to your boyfriend. And he starts saying a lot of vulgar comments, threats.
Do you remember what he's saying?
Yes.
And how did that affect you hearing what he had to say?
Distressed, afraid, distressed, worried, nervous.
What was he saying?
He was saying vulgar things. I hope he F's the shit out of you and then beat your face in, and then I'm going to beat both your faces in. How about that? And things like that. He's going to send them the pictures and.
So that's a comment that he made in the bathroom at that point?
Yes.
How do we continue from there?
He finally relents, and I'm grabbing for towels, and he finally relents and walks out of the bathroom, and I'm able to, get out of the bathroom, shower.
Yeah. What do you do next?
He starts following me around the house, harassing me, more of the same type comments. Well, not necessarily vulgar, but at that point he was threatening to take the house and leave me penniless and send me back where he found me, take the kids, and I better not come to the football game or he's going to tell everybody what a whore and bitch I am, what I did.
Do you leave? What are you doing at the house?
I'm walking around. At that point, I had received a text from one of Sawyer's friends' moms, and so I was trying to pack my son a bag, get him ready for football, get him something to eat. And at one point, I just...
So you were packing a bag for your son?
Yeah.
Okay, at that time, does anything happen?
Yeah, in order to get away from the scene, I just ducked into my son's closet and stayed in there for like 10 minutes.
Okay. Why are you doing that?
To avoid Michael.
What's Michael doing that makes you need to avoid him there?
He was following me around the house, and he was threatening me with saying these things.
At some point, does Michael find you?
Yes.
How is the experience at that point?
I had my phone with me in the closet, and he saw that I had my phone, and he tries to take my phone from me. He does take my phone.
Okay, and what happens at that point?
At that point, it's 7 o'clock. They've got to get ready and to go to the game, and he's yelling at my son to get his uniform on. In the meantime, he takes my phone and walks out the front door with it.
What do? Do you follow him?
Yes.
And what happens at the front door?
I follow him, and I said, Mike, I need my phone. Give me my phone. And he's refusing. And he says, no, I'll just take it with me and throw it in the lake if I feel like it. So I'm desperate for my phone. I run back into the house, and
So when you run back into the house, what do you do at this point?
I grab some eggs, and I bring them out to the front and throw them at his car.
Why?
Because I want my phone.
What happened next?
I got his attention, he opened the door, and he started coming toward me. And at that point, Sawyer walked out the door, was ready to go.
Okay. When you say he started coming towards you, what's his demeanor at that point? You're referencing your husband?
Yes.
What's his demeanor at that point?
Upset.
What is in your mind? What do you believe is about to happen?
He could hit me at that point. He was charging toward me. I don't know what he was going to do.
Was there any physical interaction right then?
No.
So your son's outside?
Yeah.
Or is he prepared to leave?
Yes.
Is there anything else of note before your son and your husband go to the football game?
No.
Are you planning on going to the football game?
I was debating. First, I
And
want
why?
to see my son play. Well, I want to see my son play, but Michael telling me I shouldn't go concerned me.
At some point, did you decide to go to the game?
I did.
What led to that decision?
I received a text from Michael, and he said, "You can come to the game."
How did that make you feel at that point, reading that text that said you can come?
It was just plain and simple, so I thought maybe it was a good sign.
Did you believe that that was progress?
Yes, I was hoping.
You go to the game?
I did.
Does anything of note occur at the game?
No,
Do you have any altercations or interactions with Michael?
no.
When you leave the game, what happens next?
I just went home.
Did your husband come home as well?
Yes.
Once you're both home, what's the tone? What's the atmosphere?
Well, I was wait and see, and when I was sitting in the breakfast nook area, and when he came in, he went into the kitchen and took out his bottle of vodka, poured a drink, standing at the counter, facing me, just staring at me,
Okay. What are you doing?
staring at him. And he says, "Aren't you afraid to be home alone with me tonight without the kids?"
Can you repeat that?
He says, "Aren't you afraid to be home alone with me without the kids?"
When you hear that comment, what goes into your mind?
Here we go. And I said, actually, as a matter of fact, yes. We're going to have to go back to our old arrangements then,
By old arrangements, what do you mean?
living separately.
How does he respond to that?
He's just staring at me. He's not really saying anything at that point. And then I make a comment that he looks really crazy and disturbing.
Okay. Does anything happen after that?
He says, "Sam Katie."
What is that?
It's a character in a movie that we had watched like 2 weeks prior.
What do you believe that to mean? Or do you know the context that was being used to make that comment?
I think so. My daughter wants to be a fan, and so we watched the movie with her, and he's the antagonist in the movie, and he's like
Is a character named Sam Katie?
yes,
Okay.
and he's just a crazed ex-con chasing 2 women.
Okay. After those comments, is there anything else? What happens next?
I said, "Okay, whatever, that's weird." And I said, I'm hungry. If you're not we haven't eaten. If you're not ready, you don't want to get something to eat." He's like, just looking at me, he goes, "Where are you going to go? You going out?" And I said, "I'm going to go get something to eat." And he said, "Well, I'm going out too, see what kind of women I can pick up."
Okay. Is there any more conversation or do you leave?
Then I leave.
Where do you go?
McDonald. Yeah, I ordered something to go.
While you're out on the road, or when you leave, do you know if he has left or if he stayed there?
I saw him leave. I thought he was going to follow me, but he didn't.
Okay. Do you have any idea where he went or what he did?
No clue.
So you go to McDonald's, you get food.
Yes.
What do you do next?
I go home.
When you get home, what do you do? Is he there?
No.
You arrive home. Is anyone home?
I'm sorry, is anyone? No.
Okay, so you arrive home, you're the only person there. What do you do at that point?
I sit down at the table, and I'm hoping that he's gone at that point, at least for a while, but I'm considering leaving myself.
Between McDonald's and going home, did you go anywhere else?
No.
Do you remember if that was the only place you went?
I might have stopped at CVS. Yeah, I think I did, yeah.
For what reason?
I think I bought a bottle of wine.
Did you take that home with you?
Yes.
So you get home. When you arrive home, what are you doing?
I'm sitting at the table.
Are you drinking?
No, not at that point. I was starving.
Are you eating?
Yes.
At any point, does your husband arrive?
Yes.
What happens when he arrives?
He immediately walks up to the table and he takes my phone and walks away from me, starts it.
What's his demeanor when he comes in the house?
It's kind of, I don't know, he seems sort of nonchalant, sarcastic.
How long have you been home at that point when he arrives?
Not long at all. Under 5 minutes.
Okay. You had said earlier that your husband had been drinking before you had left.
I saw him take a drink, yes.
Do you know if he was drinking more?
If I had to guess, it appeared to me.
How so?
Just red in the face. I know what he looks like when he's drinking.
Okay. So he comes over to you at the table
Yes,
and he takes your phone?
yes.
What does he do at that point?
He just walks to the right of me, but then turns around pretty quickly and walks back toward me.
And when he walks back towards you, what's he do?
Grabs my sandwich, then walks to the left of me.
Okay. What next?
He's standing kind of in the left front of me, and he's talking about Caesar, and then he spits the food at me.
Do you recall what he said about Caesar?
So did you make up your mind? Did you answer him back? Are you going to the Florida Cup? Come on, Mike, and that's when he spit the food at me.
Showing the witnesses part of, was it F5? Charlotte?
That's our breakfast kitchen table.
Is this the area in the home where you were sitting?
Yes.
When this conversation occurs?
Yes.
Witness F6. Is this another view of the same location?
Yes.
How does it progress from there after you spit the sandwich?
So then I just said, okay, I grabbed the bag and I said, you know what, I think I am going to go out with Caesar. And I start walking into the kitchen, and going to walk through the kitchen, and I'm turning to throw the bag of food onto the center island, and that's when he comes up behind me and grabs me, and I turn to the left.
We'll get there in a second. When you make the comment, maybe I will go with Caesar, is there a reaction from Michael?
Just that he grabbed me.
So you had walked into the kitchen,
Yes,
and where was he in relation to you?
behind me.
So when he grabs you, what happens at that point?
I just shift and to the left, and I trip up on my feet, and I fall to the ground. And then I feel something hit me in the back of the head.
Okay.
Yes,
So you go from the breakfast nook where you are in here?
mm-hmm,
Yeah. And he follows you?
yes.
You said that he hits you in the back of the head. Where does that occur?
It would be in between these two spaces,
Okay.
the counters.
Is this what we're looking at?
Yes,
So between these two?
yes.
How are you positioned?
I was going to walk through the kitchen. I had thrown the bags up here. At this point, I'm here on my knees in between the center island and the kitchen sink area.
So you're in this area between the island and the counter?
Yes,
Okay, and you've gone down to your knees
yes.
based on him hitting you.
Grabbing me, and I tripped up and went on my knees. Then he hit me.
What happens next?
I try and get up,
Were
and
you able to?
he's right on top of me, so no, not all the way.
How were you positioned then at that point?
Just, I was on my knees, so as I was coming up, he grabbed me by the collar, and I felt our heads collide. And at that point, I grabbed the center island and I reach up to pull myself up to face him this way. And that's when he takes his right hand, so he grabs me here and slams me down onto the center island counter.
So he's grabbed your hair.
Grab me, yes,
Was your hair up like it is today, or was it down at that point?
down,
So he's grabbed your hair and has slammed it onto the island here?
yes.
What's going through your mind at this point?
Well, I'm scared. I'm thinking I'm under attack.
What are you seeing from him? Are you able to see his face?
Yes, at that point, he's got severe angry look, grimace.
Is that the same look that you've described previously?
It is.
Are you trying to talk to him? Is he talking to you?
I don't remember what he said. He was saying something. I know he called me a bitch, and he had his hand, he was holding my head down on the counter. So I can't see him entirely.
Using the bar in front of you, can you demonstrate how your head is positioned?
Yeah, so when I turned around this way, he grabbed me this way and pulled me down. So I'm pinned.
Make sure you speak up. Let me get over here. All right. Can you please continue? Make sure the court reporter and the jury can hear you.
So he slams me down on the counter, and I'm pinned sort of this way, and he takes his hand and he's smashing my head. And so I'm just pinned up against the counter like this, and he's straddling my body here and has me pinned. And so my arm's here, and he's got his hand on my head, and he's holding it down.
Is your head actually touching the counter, or is it like you are right now?
I barely, yes, somewhat. He's pushing it as much as he can, but it's awkward.
So is the side of your head making contact with the flat surface?
Yes.
Okay. What's he doing with his other hand?
So he's standing above me here, this way, and he cocks his fist back. I can see him, and he's acting like he's going to punch me in the face. And instead, he comes down and he grinds his fist into my face, and then puts his hands over both his hands over my hand and my nose, and he's pressing as hard as he can, smashing my nose into my face.
What do you do?
At that point,
Physically, what do you do?
I can't really do anything. He's got me pinned and I can't move, and I'm trying to wiggle out.
Are you able to?
No,
Is there any conversation going on at this point?
I can't speak. No,
Are you able to breathe?
no. I tried to take like 3 or 4 breaths and I couldn't even get a breath.
So what do you do? What are you doing here?
All I can do, so I've got a free arm here, and the drawer in front of me is the only thing I can do, and I know that there's items in there.
So how close is he to you at this point? Is he with his arms pressing down, or is his body pressed up against you?
Both.
And can you explain just kind of how we are right there, how you are positioned in?
So yes, I guess I'm about here, and he's basically standing above me, and he's holding me down. And like I said, he's kind of straddling me with his legs, so he's got me pinned there. I don't know if that comes out clearly enough.
Are you trying to talk? Are you trying to say anything?
Yes, yes,
And are you able at all to do that?
no.
When you realize that you're not able to breathe, what's in your mind at that point?
That he snapped and that he's probably going to kill me.
Why do you believe that?
Well, because I couldn't breathe, and I was starting to freak out at that point, and he wasn't stopping.
Did anything make you believe that this time was different than the times before?
Yes.
Also, why?
Just, just the rage that he was in. And again, I felt like he was kind of past the point of no return, like he had built up to this, and that perhaps he wasn't going to stop.
What was it that made you think he wasn't going to stop?
The fact that he was holding me there that long, and just the prior 2 days, the threats.
Do you know how long you were held in that position?
I don't really. I haven't seen kind of fast, but, long enough that I couldn't breathe.
So what do you do when you're trapped in that position, unable to breathe, with him over you?
So I used my free arm to push open the drawer ahead of me.
How so? So how are you positioned at that point?
Still pinned up against the island. And
So you're leaning in with your left shoulder in this demonstration. Is it your left shoulder,
Yes.
the left side of your body that's up against the island?
yes,
And are you on this near side that we see in the photograph, beside the sink?
no, I'm on the stovetop.
Right. So what I'm asking is, are you on the near part of the photograph, or are you on the other side of the photograph on the other side of the island?
The near side.
So you're pressed up against, you're reaching for with your hand. What do you find?
The drawer on the end.
Is this the top or the bottom drawer on the end?
Top.
So this small square drawer,
Yes.
what's in that drawer?
Ladles, knives,
What do you find in that drawer?
a knife.
What's Michael doing at this point? Is he still holding you down?
He's holding me down.
Are you still trapped?
Yes.
You find the knife. You're able to open the drawer?
Yes.
You're able to grab the knife?
I pull it out. Yes.
How does it continue from there?
Pulled the knife out, and I don't know if he saw it, but he released my head, so I'm able to move.
Okay. How do you position? So you said that you're able to move a little bit. What position do you go into?
Just slightly more to the left, turning toward him.
Does he back away from you?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
He says, "What, are you going to stab me?" And I take the knife and I position it and face it toward him.
What does he do at that point?
He immediately just goes for my chin and pushes me back, and I stabbed him at that point.
How are you positioned at the point of stabbing him?
Basically on the back of the island, and been pinned by him.
At that point, are you able to get out?
After I stabbed him, yes.
Prior to doing that, prior to stabbing him with a knife, are you able to remove yourself?
No.
Are you able to wiggle free?
No.
Are you able to get out without using a weapon?
No, I was trying.
Are you able to talk to him?
No.
What do you see in his demeanor after after you believe he has observed you with the knife?
He's not fazed. And again, he's still on top of me and proceeds to push my head back again.
Did it seem like seeing the knife warded him off or scared him off away from you?
No.
Did it seem like it increased his agitation towards you?
I don't know if it increased it, but it didn't stop him.
So he's pushing you down how at the point when you have the knife and you make contact with his body?
When I have the knife?
Right, what I'm asking is when the knife is in your hand,
Yeah.
which hand for you?
My right hand at that point.
When the knife is in your hand, how is he positioned? So what exactly is he doing to you at that point? Is this when his hand has pushed your head back?
Yes.
And your head is where?
It's like this, up against the counter. I believe it was his right hand that he pushed my head back with.
Are you trying to squirm or fight out?
That just happened quickly. I was pinned, or I couldn't really.
At the time you have the knife and you stab him with it, What are you trying to do? What is your goal here in your mind?
To get away from him.
Why? If you don't do that, what is your belief that will happen?
That he might smother me to death, or whatever he was going to do to me.
Did he have a weapon?
No.
You grab a knife or anything else?
Did he? No.
So you stab him. Do you know where? Well, I guess let me ask this. Obviously, you've been in court to watch this trial. At the time, do you know where?
I thought it maybe caught him in the area that it did. Yeah.
What do you do at that point?
I run. I run the opposite direction. I thought he was still coming after me.
So what does he do? When the knife goes into his body, when you stab him, what is his reaction?
He backs away at that point, and he sort of backs away this way, and I ran the opposite direction.
So which way does he go? You see in the photograph behind you, we see the stairs in the background, and we see like the breakfast nook that you've described in the foreground.
Yes.
Which way does he go?
Toward the stairs,
Which way do you go?
the opposite way.
And where do you go at that point? What do you do?
I ran to the master bathroom.
How many times did you stab him?
Once.
After you stab him, do you take the knife with you or something else?
No.
What happens with the knife?
I don't know. I guess it dropped. I don't know.
You run away, you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
What do you do when you get to the bathroom?
I run into the bathroom, and the bathroom door's broke, so I ran to the toilet closet and locked myself in there. I sat up against the toilet closet and was just hoping and praying he wasn't coming in there, but also thinking to myself, what am I going to do? This is crazy. I got to get out of here.
Why do you go to the bathroom instead of running out the door or something else?
I don't know. I guess I just always run there. It was just instinct. I don't know that I was completely thinking at that point. I thought he was coming after me.
And so do you hear him at some point?
Yes.
When is this? Is this right after you've gone into the bathroom?
Yes.
What do you hear?
I hear him yelling. I can't quite make out what he's saying. I heard my name, but I don't know what he's saying.
The bathroom door that we described earlier. Does he come through here? And this is Exhibit 6. Does he come through the door?
I never saw him come through at that point.
And that door, the breakage that we have there, that's from the day before?
Yes.
And that's something you had personally noticed yourself? You were present when that happened?
Yes.
Had there been any other times when you had had a situation like that where the door is breached?
Many times.
You ever had a situation where is that the only situation where he's broken a door coming after you?
No.
How else did that happen and when?
At least once or twice on the bedroom door, definitely my office door and the front door.
Front door at the house?
Yes.
Okay. When did that occur?
Like the last time?
Right.
It was November
Of what year?
2018.
What had happened then?
It was like the second week he had been home, and you want me to tell you how it happened?
Right.
It was kind of our anniversary weekend, or approaching that, and he had known that I had a plan on that weekend with some friends to go to New Smyrna to celebrate a birthday with a friend, and he was fine with it, but when it came to that day, he wasn't fine with it, and was kind of whining about it and saying, do you really have to go? Why don't you let me take you to dinner instead? This is our anniversary weekend. So I finally gave in and said, fine, canceled my plans and went to dinner with them.
Okay, so how do we get to the part about the door being broken?
We argued at dinner about this stuff. We were both drinking, and we got home that night, and it just ended up being a bad night. There wasn't any physical that night, but the next morning when we woke up, I had gone to Starbucks, and when I was coming home, he was coming out the door, and we talked about the situation, and it escalated to an argument, and I said, I don't think we can do this. It's not going to work. You're going to have to leave. And he's like angry about that, and he says, I can't leave, Danielle. We can't afford it.
What happens at that point?
We can't afford it, and so I get mad, and I go inside, and I grab his suits, some of his clothes, and I bring him out to the front stoop, and I throw him on the front porch there. And he was getting in his car at that point, and he sees it, he gets out, and he hates that because I've done it before. And he starts charging toward the door.
What do you do?
He gets the door, and I shut the door in his face and lock it really quick.
So you get inside the front door during this incident?
Yes.
Is that the end of it?
No, he starts kicking the door. He's really mad.
And does it break?
Yes,
That's something you observe?
yes.
So at the time, back on January 11th now, at the time when you go into the bathroom, what is your fear or what is your belief of where you stand at that point?
When I'm in the bathroom,
Right. After the stab that you've just described and you running into the bathroom.
my belief is that I need to get out of the house. And I'm hoping and praying that he doesn't come bust down the door.
When you stabbed him, what was your belief at the time of the wound that you had inflicted? Did you believe that you had killed him?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay. Speak to that, please.
I just didn't think it was a fatal exchange. Like I said, I thought he was coming after me still. I thought it probably made him madder, if anything. I didn't even know that, I knew he'd probably be hurt, but I didn't think it was to an extent that he would be, die from it or something.
So you're in the room, in the bathroom. You're in the bathroom closet. Is this
Yes.
the toilet closet?
Yes.
Okay. Does he come in there?
I hear his voice get closer at one point. I don't know if he came in. I felt like he did, but I couldn't be sure because I was in there.
Did he come into the toilet closet?
No.
So is that door closed or open?
Yeah, that door was closed and locked.
Did you hear him banging on the door or anything in the bathroom?
No.
You said you could hear him, but you weren't able to understand what he's saying other
No.
than your name?
Right.
What's his tone at that point? Is it loud, soft, angry, something else?
It was loud and just less loud after that.
So at this point, when you're in the bathroom closet, you hear him loudly yelling your name from outside the bathroom. Do you believe that the situation is ongoing or is done?
It's ongoing.
Do you still at that point feel in fear?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have your phone with you at that point?
No.
Where's the phone?
I don't know. And that's exactly what I was wondering in the closet at that point.
Do you have a landline?
No.
So when you're in the bathroom, you said a moment ago that it was loud and then less loud.
Yes.
How does that progress? What's going on while you're in the bathroom?
Well, I'm just thinking about, okay, I got to get out of here. Where's my phone at, though? I got to find my phone, and I'm going to leave. And I'm just hoping that he doesn't come to the door, or try and break into the door. And so, after a while, I don't hear anything.
Are you still in the bathroom?
Yeah.
So have you left the bathroom at all and come back, or are you staying in there?
I'm still in the bathroom.
You're staying in there, okay. So after a while, you don't hear anything. How long is this going? What's running through your mind right then?
Well, I'm wondering did he leave or is he waiting for me? So I'm just waiting it out, trying to figure out what's going on.
Does he ever come back to the bathroom?
Not that I know of,
Did you ever hear him or see him come back to the bathroom?
no.
Do you know how long you're in there waiting?
Not really, at least 15 minutes.
What are you doing in there? Are you just sitting in the closet? Is there anything else you're doing?
I'm listening to him, and then when I don't hear anything, I'm just trying to figure out, what's going on. I'm trying to see if maybe he left. So then I'm working up the nerve to come out of the bathroom at that point.
After you had heard the initial noise with him outside the bathroom, did you hear him again?
No.
So you're sitting in the bathroom, in the closet. At some point, do you come out?
Yes.
Okay. What makes you come out when you do?
I just didn't hear anything, so I worked up the nerve and popped my head out.
You know how long it was before you'd heard, or between when you'd heard something and when you decided to come out?
Like I said, it was at least 15 minutes, could have been longer, I don't know.
When you come out of the bathroom, what do you see?
I see blood on the floor.
Where? Into the bedroom?
Yeah, at the bathroom door and leading into the bedroom.
When you see that, what is your mindset when you see the blood on the ground?
Well, I'm startled by it, and
Why are you startled by what you see on the ground?
because it's blood, and it was alarming, and it was quite a bit.
Did you understand the situation at that point?
No, I wasn't fully processing anything at that point.
So how would you describe your emotions as you come out of the bathroom, you see the blood on the ground and start to come into the bedroom? How would you describe your emotional state at that point?
I'm just upset, and I'm startled, and I'm kind of worried at that point. I see blood.
So what do you do?
I follow the blood
Where does it lead?
into the living room.
Do you go into the living room?
Yes.
And when you go in, what do you see?
I see my husband sprawled out on the floor.
Where? In the living room floor?
Yes, in the living room floor.
Is he moving at that point?
No.
What do you do when you see him on the ground?
I yelled his name. I said, Mike, and he didn't answer. And I was thinking, well, I don't know, is he being dramatic or something? I didn't know what was going on. So I yell his name again, and he's not answering. So I get closer, and I'm saying his name, and he's not answering. So I go down on my knees, and I touch his face, and there's no response. And
Did you see him move at all?
no, not at all.
Even if you touch him, is there any reaction?
None.
So what do you do when you touch his face and you don't see a reaction?
So I lean in closer, and I put my ear and my hands on his chest to see if I can hear or see if he's breathing. And it doesn't seem that that's the case.
So what do you do next?
Well, my heart dropped at that point, and I start wondering what the heck, and I'm looking around, and I'm seeing the blood, and I'm starting to glance around. I'm glancing around for my phone, and I don't know where my phone is, and I'm just looking at him, and I'm trying to figure it out. And at that point, I was thinking, oh my gosh, did he die?
Did you see him moving at all at any point after you came out of the bathroom?
No.
When you are not getting any response and you start to believe, did he die? What do you do at that point?
Well, at that point, I start freaking out, and so I know I start looking for my phone. I do a quick walkthrough through the kitchen, and I don't see it. I go back to him, and I lift up his shirt to see what's going on, and I see.
At this point, he still had a shirt on?
Yes.
Okay. So you lift up the shirt, and please continue.
And I'm looking to see what's going on, and I see the wound.
Where is it?
It's in his, like, I guess his shoulder.
Is it still bleeding at that point?
Yes. I pushed on it and a lot of blood.
What do you do then? You said you push on it. What are you trying to do?
I just was assessing it, looking at it, investigating it for a second. And yeah, I see a lot of blood come out. And my thought was, did this kill him, or did he have a heart attack? I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. You said you couldn't find your phone. Why? Do you know where it
Oh, he
was?
had taken it from me, so I didn't know where it was.
You hadn't gotten it back after that had happened earlier in the evening?
No, I had no clue where it was.
This is what you described right before he took your phone and took your sandwich and then the attack.
Right.
So you can't find your phone. He's on the ground. What's in your mind and what are you doing right then after you've already described?
Well, I start to think, okay, I've got to call 911. I've got to find my phone. And so I go to look again, and I do find my phone. It's on the couch, on the white couch on the end, and it's kind of camouflaged on the black jacket on the couch.
What do you do when you find it?
Grab my phone, and I just, in my mind, I'm calling 911. However, I'm looking at him, and I just start thinking, I start crying, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, well, can I help him? And I start,
Try to help him?
yes.
How so?
I start breathing into his mouth, like trying to resuscitate him. And I'm doing that, and I'm getting nothing. I don't know what I'm doing either.
Do you hear anything or see anything, any movement, any reaction, anything at all from him?
No, I don't. Other than what I hear myself doing, I don't hear anything.
So what happens after that?
So at that point, I turned to my phone, and I did dial 911, and I think my thoughts were racing at that point. I don't know how coherent they were, and I guess I dialed 911 twice, and so it didn't connect. And at that point, I just went into like a full-blown shock.
How so? What's in your mind when you try to call and it does not go through?
I think it's just sinking in that he's dead, and I start to just kind of panic, and there's blood everywhere, and I went and grabbed some towels out of the linen closet in the master bath, and I just grabbed a handful of them, and I walked out toward him, and I think some dropped on the way, and I got down next to him again, and I think I was on my phone, still nervously, and I think I just made a series of really bad decisions at that point.
You called 911 again that night?
I did not.
After you've grabbed the towels, what do you do?
I think I was just on my phone nervously. I started looking at texts from my kids, texts from Caesar. I guess I deleted Caesar's text.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I think I was just starting to think about my kids at that point, and again, just a bad decision. And I think I deleted his text too, which I don't know why, because I think those could actually.
Objection, Your Honor.
Legal basis? Approach.
Non-response. That objection is sustained, Your Honor.
Yes, the objection is sustained.
So, Ms. Redlick, I had asked you why you had deleted the text from Caesar?
Yes,
So you said that at that point you believe you deleted the text from your husband?
I think so.
You think you deleted them, or you think it was at that point?
Yes, at that point, yes.
Why did you do that? What was in your mind at that point when you did it?
I don't know, I think I was thinking about my kids for the most part.
What do you mean by thinking about your kids?
Just what was happening here, that, this happened between us, and I don't know what I was thinking. It was kind of irrational, all of it.
In your mind, did the altercation that occurred in the kitchen match what you were seeing on the ground?
No. I mean, it was a long knife, but no.
When you have the phone, are you thinking about calling 911 at that point?
Yes,
After you had done the first time, but not a second time?
yes,
But you never ultimately did until the
No.
next morning?
right.
So after you've done that with the deletions, if you're thinking about your kids, you're scared, what else do you do?
I think I was just looking around at that point. I was crying. I was hugging him, and I just started wiping up some of the blood. There was just a lot of blood, and I think I went into the kitchen area, and there was some blood there, and I think I did grab the mop at that point, and I started to clean up the kitchen area a little bit, and I said, "What am I doing?" And I just stopped.
Objection narrative.
So you're cleaning up. At some point, do you stop cleaning?
Yes,
Why?
because I didn't want to keep messing with things.
What was the point of cleaning up the blood?
I don't know. I think I was just in shock and nervously doing things.
Did you do anything else that night?
No. No, I cried next to my husband. I fell asleep sitting up next to him. And at one point, I got up and went into the brown chair.
Did you call anyone or text anyone while
No,
you were in the home that night? Do you know when you wake up?
I must have been like 7-ish or something.
When you wake up, what do you do?
I look around at the horror scene, and I don't know what to do. I know that I have to call 911, that's for sure. And I start thinking about my kids.
So did you call 911 then?
Not at that point.
What do you do next?
I think I got on my phone and I started to I was thinking about my kids, like I said, and I thought, maybe it's just better that I go with him. And so then I Googled, how to slit your wrists. And that's what I attempted to do at that point.
Did you use the same knife?
No.
What did you use to do that?
A different knife. That was the one that was on our counter, attached to the wall. It was a sharper knife.
That morning, did you get on any dating sites?
No,
Is that something you were thinking at all about that morning?
not at all.
Did you have any conversations with anybody that morning before what you just described?
No, no one.
When you grab the knife, and what do you do after you grab the knife?
I attempt to slit my wrists.
How long is that going on for?
I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
At some point, do you ever call anyone
The police.
or make contact with anybody?
Well, 911.
Why do you go from wanting to slit your wrist to calling 911? What changes there?
You know, I heard something say, not like this, Danielle, not like this. Your kids do need you. They didn't need to be without both parents.
So call 911. And the call that we heard yesterday, or at some point during this trial, is that the call you made?
Yes.
When you're on the line with the 911 operator, did you at some point tell him that you thought he had died of a heart attack?
I said yes. I said he has a stab wound. Yes, he might have had a heart attack triggered by the stab wound, perhaps. Not in those words, but.
Where is this heart attack idea coming from? Or why are you saying that?
First of all, I couldn't believe that he would. Well, he had actually had heart issues, so. And literally 2 weeks before, he had come home from the doctor with a warning for instructions to give a certain amount of blood because of his testosterone treatments could be causing heart complications.
So did you believe that he had current heart issues that could have caused a heart attack?
Yes.
But how did the blood play with that? When you see all the blood, what were you thinking there in terms of the heart attack?
Well, I knew that he had been injured pretty severely, and I just thought maybe it triggered it, or maybe it was the injury. I didn't want to believe that, but.
You heard the call yesterday, or again, whenever it was played.
Yes.
You don't ever tell him that you stabbed your husband, do you? In the call?
No.
Why?
I was scared. I didn't really know how to handle that situation. Didn't want to incriminate myself.
When the police arrive, they take you to the hospital?
Yes.
After you've made it to the hospital, you have an interview with Detective Ware?
Mm-hmm.
Was that the same day you came in?
Same day I came in.
Was it the same day you went to the hospital?
Yes.
At that point, did you ever tell Detective Ware that you had stabbed your husband?
No.
What was the basis for not wanting to do that?
I just thought that there was a time to tell the story. I'm not sure that was the moment.
Is this the next day?
Yes.
Did you at some point tell her that you had stabbed your husband?
No.
How come? Why did you not feel that you needed to do that?
I didn't think that she needed to know that. That was just for her. She was just there for the kids.
Did you have your phone while you were in the hospital?
No.
Do you know who had it or where it was?
The detective had it
When did she get it?
before I left for the hospital.
Before you left your home for the hospital?
Yes.
Did you at some point talk to your kids about about your husband dying?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you tell them that you had stabbed him?
No.
What did you tell them?
I don't know that I talked to Sawyer about it really at all. Jaden and I had a discussion, brief. I said that we had an altercation, and I don't know, I think maybe he had a heart attack. I'm not sure.
When was this conversation with your daughter?
I don't know. After.
While you were in the hospital or after?
It was after.
Was it before you got arrested or after?
Before.
Was it in person or on the phone?
That was in person.
You remember where it was?
I thought at our house.
What's your thought process in not explaining the situation or going over that with your own kids?
Well, I hadn't, at that point, I did speak to a lawyer, and he said, advised me not to tell anybody anything.
It was before you got arrested?
Yes.
So even your own kids, is that a conversation that you wanted to have with them?
Yes,
Explain what
absolutely.
occurred? But you didn't?
No.
Were you concerned about the reaction if you talked to your kids about what happened?
Yes.
How so?
Wait, what's the question? I'm sorry.
Concerned about the reaction that you would see if you told your kids what happened?
Yes.
How so?
Well, that it would be shocking, and, it's not something you want to hear. I didn't even want to believe it myself, and so, I don't know.
Diary entries that we'd seen and evidence from the state? Exhibit 43. Is this your writing?
Yes.
When did you write all this?
At the mental health facility?
So the first couple of days after
Yes.
this happened? This one as well?
Yes.
This is your writing in the hospital?
Yes.
You say here, forgive me for my wrongs, for I am hardly sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
I mean, at that point, I was just processing the entirety of the situation and my life period, and my wrongs, meaning, my husband's gone, and the kids have lost their father. This is a terrible situation. I'm sorry for, being on the dating site, for having, a part in a failed marriage, for whatever issues I had with drinking at that point, just overall. Talking to God, I guess. I'm Christian, so.
We heard the call with your daughter, the jail call.
Yes.
What was your relationship like with your daughter at that point? This was, I believe we had said April of 2019 after your arrest.
After the arrest?
Right, so the call from in jail that was played for the jury earlier this morning.
At that point, it was becoming strained.
How come?
The separation, the fact that I was in jail, that I hadn't had a chance to give her the full story. And I know that I told her I was waiting on the autopsy report. But yeah, it was,
Objection, not responsive.
How's your relationship with her now?
very strained.
Ms. Redlick, do you feel that you overreacted when you stabbed Michael?
No. I mean, I didn't like the end result, of course. I never wanted him to be dead.
Did you feel like it was necessary to protect yourself?
Objection asked and answered.
She said, oh, you can answer.
Okay. And the question was again, I'm sorry.
Do you feel like what you did was necessary to protect yourself?
That moment, yes.
Do you have another alternative besides what you did?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
Ms. Redlick, did you hate your husband?
No, not at all.
Did you want to kill him?
No.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
We're going to end for the day. We'll come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We'll have admissions about investigating and researching the case. Be safe, stay healthy, and come back tomorrow morning at 9. We're adjourned for the day.